As earlier, this is the day 2 of our competition. Yesterday we had our first 1500 meter and our first 500 meter. Today we are beginning races with the first 1000 meter, and after our lunch break we will come back with the second 1500 meter, which we will then crown our 1500 meter winner after today's total racing. We're going to begin today's schedule with the men's 1,000 meter heats. There's going to be 6 heats, and we are going to be picking the top 3 skaters from each heat, plus the next 2 fastest 4th place times to move on to our quarterfinals. We've got about 8 minutes to the start of racing. We will begin our day at 12:05. 12:05 is the start of our racing.
Want me to scoot down one? Well, dude, I'll come back here. We all stood up. This way. I'm gonna do this. Give you some room. Yeah. I can do it from back here, so I'm good. You know what I mean?
For this weekend of racing, I would like to announce our officials that are manning the meet to make sure it goes smoothly. For our chief referee, we have Al Johnson. For our assistants, we have Al Grisham and Yang Yang. For our starters, we have Chuck Wheelock and Gibby Bolshevik. We have our comp stewards, team consisting of Craig Jabauer, Ting Ting Huang, and Robert Bouillon. And our heatbox attendants are Garth Linder, Jamie Meyer, and Aaron Johnson. And I'm your announcer, Ryan Piverato. Our racing will begin in about 3 minutes.
Sebastian ever? What's he doing? Is he doing squeegee? Who's over there in that corner? I can't read that. You guys see that. I'm not sure what they're doing. All I know is the distance. You gotta tell me the distance.
Our chief rep has given the go-ahead for our skaters to make their way onto the ice. And so our first of 6 heats is 1,000-meter heats that's coming onto the ice right now. In lane 1, we have skater 405, Brandon Kim, who won the 500-meter and the 1,500-meter just yesterday, looking to continue his dominance. Lane 2, skater 495, Daniel Yoon. Skater 3, skater 462 is Noah Trope. Skater 4, lane position 4, skater 407, Shubh Sharma. Lane position 5, skater 438, Sean Lipa. Starter has blown the whistle and skaters go to the line.
The long track it's one, maybe two in a day. It's harder because you're going all out. Right. And these ones you're kind of skating into. Yeah. And it's a time trial. This is a warm-up race. I mean, he was racing. What are we doing? What's going on? Oh, water.
Go to the start. Ready.
How's it going?
Off to a clean start with this first race of the day. Taking the early lead is Noah Trope, and Sean Lipa battling on the outside to take that lead away from him in just this first lap. Usually this race a little bit more tentative and more stressful than the 1,500 meter, where skaters need to get into a good position almost immediately. There's no early race, mid-race, it's all just one big mess. Coming around with 6 laps to go, Daniel Yoon is our leader, followed by Sean Lipa, Noah Trope, Sharma, and Kim off the back. Let's see if he's going to make a late move later. And Noah Trope makes the outside pass to go into second place behind Daniel Yoon. And Daniel Yoon is picking up that pace to a 9.6 second lap. just over halfway in this race, and your leader is still Daniel Yoon and Noah Trope, creating a gap between them and the rest of the race. Down goes Lipa in the southern corner. He'll be out for the race. And Brandon Kim starting to make his move, passing Sharma up the outside and chasing down those top 2 leaders. Coming around 2 laps to go, Yoon, Trope, Kim are your top 3. Let's see if Sharma can get into that 4th fastest time that will advance him to the quarterfinals. The quiet bell lap from Derek Barra. Your leader is Yoon, followed by Kim and Trope, and coming to the line, that is how it's going to finish. Yoon, Kim, Trope, Sharma in 4th, and Lipa will finish in 5th.
Background, but yeah. Yeah, it's a little loud. It's louder than your voice at this point. So during the races, anyway.
Our last skater has crossed the finish line, signaling the end to our first heat, and our second heat is now coming onto the ice. In lane 1 of Heat 2, we have skater 449, Justin Liu out of Garden State. In lane 2, skater 493 is Ryan Shane out of Cleveland Heights. Lane 3, skater 491 is Julius Kasanecki from Potomac. Lane 4, skater 427, Brandon Lau is direct. And lane 5, skater 436, Samuel Habecker is out of Gateway.
Skater position 2. Thank you. Go to the start. Ready.
Another clean start for our 1,000 meters. Our early leader is Brandon Lau, followed by Hebeker, Liu, Kasanecki, and Shane. We are still picking top 3 and the next 2 fastest 4th place skaters, so time is of the essence in these races. Skaters want to be in a fast heat in order to make it through. They don't want to be in slow heat and battling for those top 3 positions. It'll make it a lot easier for them to be able to get to that quarterfinal. Coming around the north corner with 5 laps to go, leader is still Brandon Lau, pushing a 9.6 second lap pace, followed closely by Liu, Kasanecki, Shane, and Habecker. It's a close pack between the top 4 skaters as Habecker starts to fall off the back. 3.5 laps to go, no change in pace, but it is picking up. Brandon Lau progressing his pace, going to 9.2 second lap. Only 2.5 laps to go as Shane makes his move up the inside, passing Kasanecki into 3rd place. Justin Liu makes an inside pass going into the corner to take over the lead, followed by Shane coming out of the corner to get into 2nd place. Here's the bell lap as Liu is leading away. Kasanecki making an inside move, pushing Lau out and getting into that 3rd place position. Liu is going to come across the line, your unofficial winner, followed by Shane, Kasanecki, Lau, and Habecker. Our 3rd heat is coming onto the ice right now, and we have 6 skaters in this race. The only heat that has 6 skaters of the first round of racing. In lane 1, we have skater 429, Jonathan So, who finished 3rd in the 1500 meter yesterday. Lane 2, skater 418, Sean Shui, Skater number 3, 440, Benjamin Sullivan. Skater in lane position 4, skater 480, Wesley Jones. In lane position 5, we have skater 447, Gabriel Hasselback. And in lane 6, skater 420, Albert Zhang.
Maybe a 7, maybe. No, she didn't even 7, did she? She was a super. That's nothing.
Sorry, guys, I'm a klutz. Go to the start. Ready.
Is this not on? It is? Why is it so soft?
One lap down in our third of 6,000-meter heats, and we have Zhang out in front, followed by Shui, Sullivan, Jones, So, and Hasselback. A lot of bumping and shoving, a lot of tight racing. Jones doesn't want to give up his position as he's holding tight. Up the outside, we've got Jonathan So making a big move, going from 5th to 1st. Creating a little bit of gap as Zhang's now closing that gap to keep his position in 2nd place. 5 laps to go. So is your leader, followed by Zhang, Shui, Jones, Sullivan, and Hasselback. And it's going to get fast from here, ladies and gentlemen. So it's putting out 9.5 second lap, slowing down a little bit, but the last two, coming up with the last 3 laps to go, the pace will pick up again. It is still a very tight pack between your first 5 racers, as Hasselback is dropping off the back. So continuing his dominance with 2 laps to go, Zhang in 2nd, Shui 3rd, Jones 4th, Sullivan 5th. It is a tight race, and anyone's race can make it out at this point. Coming up with a lap to go, can Shui hold on to that 3rd position to make it through, or is something going to happen? Coming up to the line, your unofficial winner is going to be Jonathan So, followed by Zhang, Shui, Sullivan, Jones, and Hasselback. Our 4th heat is coming onto the ice right now. In lane 1, we have skater 442, Caleb Park. In lane position 2, we have skater 458, Andrew Hio, our resident Olympian. In lane position 3, we have skater 460, Aaron Liu. In lane position 4, skater 414, Leo Drosos Thompson. And lane position 5, skater 473, William Wong.
Going like that back and forth and it keeps being consistent with it. Official.
Go to the start. Ready.
All right, we got some coaches screaming out instructions to the skaters to see what they want to do and to help them with an advantage in this race, but our early leader is Andrew Gila, followed by Caleb Park. Caleb Park throwing out some defensive tracks to keep Thompson and Wong behind him, and so he wants to keep onto the second place. We've got a lot of blocks flying around that north corner. It's a tight race. The skaters are hugging close to the block. They do not want to let anyone by. We have 5 laps to go. Hio is your leader, pushing 9.5 second pace, followed by Park, Liu, Wong, and Thompson. Blocks are still flying in this heat. A lot of tight racing. They're really making our track stewards work. 3 laps to go. Your top 3 have begun to pull away from the rest of the pack, as they are Hio, Park, and Liu. Coming around 2 laps to go. No change in pace, but it is a battle for that 4th place in hopes of getting to that quarterfinal between Wong and Thompson. Our bell has been rung, signaling the last lap of this race. We have Hio, Park, and Liu coming up the corner to the line in that order, and a battle. Down goes both the skaters for 4th and 5th, Wong and Thompson. It'll have to go to the video replays to see who finished first, or who finished in 4th and who finished in 5th. That will be the end of our 4th race. And now our 5th heat is coming onto the ice. In lane 1, we have skater 453 Wesley Park. In lane 2, we have skater 431 Sungmin Kwan. In lane 3, we have skater 471 Aiden Liu. Lane 4, skater 484 George Wheelock. And lane 5, skater 409 Ian Chien.
Whoa, that was close.
Al, is the track right? Go to the start. Ready.
A little bit of a quicker start to this, as our outside skaters wanted to get in front and control this pace, as they have. Our early leader is Chien, followed by Park, Wheelock, Liu, and Kwan. 2 of these guys, Park and Kwan, were members of our World Cup team this past year. They went to the North American World Cups that were in Montreal. So they've got a lot of experience behind them, and we've got these young skaters building up their experience and actually challenging them for these positions. Looks like Aiden Liu made a pass up the inside to get into 3rd position. It was tight, but he was able to make it cleanly. But with 5 laps to go, we've got some passes from Park and Kwan to move up into those first 2 positions, followed by Chien, Liu, Wheelock. 3 skaters are pushing the top 4 skaters are pushing the pace. We've got Wesley Park passing Kwan up the inside to go into that leading position with 3 laps to go. Our leaders are Park, Kwan, Liu, Wheelock, and Chien off the back, trying to desperately chase them down and get back on. 2 laps to go with Park still out in front. No move happening out, but Park slips up coming out of the corner. No one's able to take advantage of it, though. Aiden Liu's trying desperately to hang on to 3rd position to make it easy qualifying. Going to come to the line. It's like our top finisher is going to be Wesley Park, followed by Kwan. Liu is able to defend his position against Wheelock, and Chien will finish in 5th. Coming onto the ice now is our final heat of this racing block. In lane position 1, we have skater 469, Marcus Howard. In lane 2, we have skater 464, Alec Sklotovsky. In lane 3, we have skater 416, Xavier Lawrence. In lane position 4, we have skater 475, Calvin Junhyuk Im. And in lane 5, skater 451, we have Edwin Sweeney. Skaters to the line.
Go to the start. Ready.
Got a slower start to this 1,000-meter heat as Howard takes an early lead, followed by Sklotovsky, Lawrence, Junhyuk, Im, and Sweeney. No change in pace, no change in positioning. This one is going to be all about that sprint in those final few laps. Howard out front, taking a controlled pace. He wants to control this race. He wants everyone to be able to pass him. Picking up the pace a little bit coming out of the south corner, coming up to the front stretch with 4 laps to go. No change in positioning, but we are getting it faster and faster, slowly but slowly. We got a nice little progressive going from a 10.4 to a 9.8 second lap. Looks like the wheels are falling off now as the top 3 skaters are pulling away into their own pack. Still, Howard is in first. Lawrence moves up into second place, and Sklotovsky is in third. In fourth, and Sweeney fifth. Bell lap goes, and down the backstretch to the final corner and to the finish line, wire to wire. Howard will be your unofficial winner, followed by Lawrence. Sklotovsky. Im will finish in fourth, and we'll see if this time is fast enough to move into the quarterfinals. And Sweeney will finish in fifth. That will conclude our 1,000-meter heats. We'll have a short resurface break and continue with our 1,000-meter quarterfinals. The races will resume at 12:38. 12:38.
There's plenty of us. Like eating Ethan. So many people. I was like,
It's good. It's fun. Logan is small, so it's hard to. Because if I got back on the ice, it's so weird. But yeah.
What stage up there?
She's a cheerleader. She's for high school. So she's really good. She wants to be captain. I know. I mean, it makes so much sense, like knowing Sage, because she's a cheerleader. It fits her perfectly, in the best way. But,
You like the stunts and that, too?
she's a base. She holds people up, but she's gotten so strong, it's awesome.
How old is she?
17. I know, she just...
I still picture her like here.
I know, she's just little.
How am I going? Yeah.
I know, she was so cute. But yeah, we've been good. So, yeah. I don't know. I wanna come. We were just talking about how I could get back out on the ice. Because Logan's 2 hours away.
You're there all every day through the week? You
Yeah.
don't come home very much?
I
Just
come
on
home
break?
like weekends. A lot. Yeah. So,
That was like an open ski session you can always jump on.
yeah.
If you had classical, you had university on short track skate, so
Yeah. I do. I've switched to long track. Unfortunately. I know. It's so fun. Yeah.
you had that good feeling of freedom because you're bigger, wider, yeah. This is smart. Ocean.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Hey, gorgeous. Isn't she such a good kid now? Isn't it so fun? I know.
cheerleader.
I know. I mean, you could see Sage be a cheerleader. She was always doing cartwheels.
I got I think I agree with your comment earlier. Let me just better.
Yes.
Maybe this is what you guys are used to. Like I was telling them yesterday, there's a song playing during the race. To me, it is the song I want to race to.
Yes.
I could be like racing this song. I couldn't make it exciting with this, like the Taylor Swift song on or whatever, or Justin Bieber. I want something like
This you want to get out and do a nice dancing with somebody
yeah.
you don't know.
A little more intensity, a song that kind of builds up an energy to the last lap.
Yes.
To make it a little more exciting. I feel like watching the NBA like playing love songs on, like that. Jordan dribbling down the court and he's like, I don't know, like, Sweet Caroline. Three-pointer winning game! Yeah.
Everything's frozen.
I'm gonna, huh?
I said everything's frozen today, including my brain. There's a lot of storm.
get work done. I have to answer emails and a few more refunds.
If that's so fun.
You guys in Florida finish today?
No. No, we're good. I finally have my break.
I get work done. That's what you can.
If you want to, I'm happy.
I'm here doing this. And you guys are over there.
Oh, not that way.
Yes. They want you to sit on board because it's 4 hours early. What game is that?
What happened?
What game is that? Never seen before. One of our skaters has a mom in here all the time. Never see her dad. That's the first time I've ever seen his dad. Looks like a mutt. His mother makes amazing cakes.
So is that the one who always makes your cakes, like the radio one?
Unbelievable.
You guys can just fly.
I don't know if you want some or not. Okay, this is what? Is that both? How many is there? 6? So 3/4, 4/4. 3/4, 4/4. We're on schedule, right?
So far. Did you just jinx it?
And we were ahead. We were behind on this morning. I'm not sure why.
No, we can't be behind.
No, this morning we were.
No, this morning.
You mean
Okay,
that?
well, we can't get behind.
Well, you know what's funny? So the revised schedule, they ended at 5:24.
Oh, it's fine.
We saw the first version that was over at 5.
I told you 6 was too close. I'm really glad you
Yeah, you
put
did, yeah.
6:15.
These glasses, yeah. 5:28 is the award ceremony. Yeah, 5:28.
Oars aren't on the ice though, right? Oh, they are?
So you just stand up really quick. Then we have 45 minutes. So at 5:45 was our end dead time because we have 45 minutes until 6:30. So 5:45 is the. Come on, Ray.
It took me a while to get into it.
If you tell me,
Got it.
sorry. Yep, you need another
Fat face, fat nose, sleepy face. Yeah,
38, right? We've got 3 minutes till the start of racing. 3 minutes.
A lot. Really? I just need a blanket over my hamstring. Oh, you blow it up?
It's a, yeah, it holds like completely.
Oh, it's like one of those mattresses you have.
Yeah,
Yeah, tent mattress.
yeah,
Hey,
it's
like-
like super flat.
You blow it up and then you roll it up really tight. All the air comes out. You put it back in your backpack.
Yeah.
I got 2 of those.
This
Yeah.
fits in my pocket and you don't even notice it's there
Oh.
hardly. On the flat.
And that's for camping?
Yeah, it's they had them at Sierra, which had like super cheap. And
Yeah, but
they're fantastic.
But what are they camping? Just sitting when you camp somewhere?
What's that?
Like sitting when you camp somewhere?
Yeah, like sitting on rocks or
Oh.
you're sitting on a, like when you're backpacking, you don't necessarily have a place to sit. You don't want to sit on your pack. I am at a point where I want a little bit more comfort and I'm willing to carry this much extra weight for it.
How much that way? Oh, that's nothing.
You know,
What do they call they call it air mattress or air cushion or something? I've got two or three for me, my ex and my daughter. We had like back sleeping bags. those little things, pillows, all in like this big duffel bag I would take camping with us.
Okay. Yeah.
Throw it in the back of the car and you pull everything out, right?
Our first women's race is coming on to the ice right now. In lane 1, we have skater 336 Julie Latai. Lane 2 is skater 347 Cameron Lute. Lane 3 is skater 305 Michelle Yee. Lane 4, skater 369 Samantha Scheffler. And lane 5, skater 316 Zoe Lai. For our women, we have 3,000-meter quarterfinals, and we are picking the top 3 skaters plus the next fastest 4th place time to move on to the semifinals. Our starter has blown the whistle, signaling skaters go to the start line.
Hammocks, throw between trees, or do you use swim bags?
Go to the start. Ready.
At the half lap into the north corner, we've got a clean start to our women's racing. We've got Samantha Scheffler taking that early lead, followed by Michelle Yee, Cameron Lute, Julie Latai, and Zoe Lai. With 7 laps to go, we've got a slow, controlled pace. Scheffler out there controlling the pace of the entire pack. No one really biting or wanting to make a move just yet, as it's still pretty early in the race. But as I say that, Michelle Yee makes an inside pass up the straightaway to take that lead position over. Looks like Cameron Lute's battling for that second position with Scheffler, is able to squeak on by and get into second place. Julie Latai making a pass up the outside to take that lead away from Yee and pushing her pace further, creating a gap between her and the rest of the pack. And now this race has really blown open. Coming around 3 laps to go, your leader still is Latai. Lute making an outside pass to take second place away from Yee. Yee in third, battling to hang on against Lai. And with 2 laps to go, remember, we are picking the top 3 skaters into the next one, and whoever's in 4th place is going to be battling for time. With a lap to go, we've got Latai, Lute convincingly out in front. Lai made a pass on Yee to get into that 3rd place. And coming to the line, your unofficial winner is going to be Latai. Lute will finish in 2nd, Lai in 3rd. Yee will be in that hot 4th place seat, and Scheffler will finish in 5th.
We've only gone either car camping or we've gone with a car to camp.
Our second of 3 1,000-meter quarterfinals is heading onto the ice, and they're going to get prepared, warm up, and go to the start line shortly. In lane 1, we have skater 325 Grace Lee. In lane 2, skater 338 Louisiana Stahl. Lane 3, 380 Selena Sue. Lane 4, skater 303 is Kyungun Zhang. And in lane 5, we have skater 327 Isabella Zacasiolo.
Morning, watch the eclipse, and then went for a little hike again, and then went home. But so now if I camp or whatever, I bring a full tent or just get a hammock and throw it between 2 trees, depending where we're at. But I have that stuff I usually put the hammock in my backyard in the summer. I have 2 little hooks on a fence.
I have one in my living room.
Hammock and
Skaters to the line.
rain, or you hook it to your wall or something.
In my living room. I'll tell you after this.
Okay. I'm curious. One of these days.
Ready.
Some bumping on that start as everyone wants to get into a one of those first few positions. And things have settled down now as we cross this 1-lap mark. We've got Zacasiolo out in the early lead, followed by Su, Lee, Stahl, and Zhang, who looks to be having blade trouble. Looks like it's a 4-person race right now with 7 laps to go. slow, controlled pace. We're going to have Sakaciolo still out in front, coming around with 6 laps to go. No one wanted to make a move yet. No one's biting. They're still waiting for that right moment to make a move in this race and really blow the speed and the race wide open.
It's your first time too.
And that moment is right now where Selena Sue makes an outside pass on Sakaciolo to move into that leading position. Sakaciolo falls into second, but puts on some defensive tracks to maintain second place. 3.5 laps to go. Sue's out in front, and we've got movement happening from Grace Lee. She makes an outside pass to go into that first place position. Coming around 2 laps to go, down goes Sue in the north corner, and it's Grace Lee's race right now. No one's even close to her. Ringing the bell lap. Our top 2 skaters are Lee Stahl as she makes an inside pass on Sakaciolo, who's now in 3rd place. Coming up to the wire, Lee is your unofficial winner. Stahl will finish in 2nd, Sakaciolo in 3rd, Sue in 4th, unofficially.
Oh, okay. No one's tomorrow? Let me go. Could finish up with a bang. Oh, Monday, yeah.
Our final skater has crossed the line and signifying the end to our 2nd race. And now we have our 3rd and final 1,000-meter quarterfinal for our women's division. In lane 1, we have skater 314, Eunice Lee. In lane 2, skater 391, Una Wilhoit. In lane 3, we have skater 358, Elizabeth Rodehamel. In lane 4, skater 360, Andrea Sau. And lane 5, skater 349, Caroline Anderson.
Every house has that. Even my house has this like living room when you first walk in the front door. But I always go to the garage. And I go to the garage, past that. The room's right here. Like here's that room. Here's my kitchen. Here's my living room. And then the stairs go up here.
It's fun to play in.
Mine has 2 pieces of chairs in there, and pictures. But the only time you see it is if you're ringing the doorbell, you can see if anybody's home. I never go in there. I've been talking from the front door. Funny.
Go to the start.
Sign a waiver.
Ready.
Clean start to our 3rd and final 1,000-meter quarterfinal. We've got an early lead taken over by Sau, and Rodehamel is right behind her in 2nd place. Wilhoit is in 3rd, Lee in 4th, and Anderson in 5th. Three laps down, 6 laps to go. Sau is still your leader, pushing out a good pace, progressing each lap faster and faster, making it harder for people to pass behind. Rodehamel takes the lead away from Sau with the inside pass going into the corner, and now Wilhoit is making a move to pass Sau to get into 2nd place, and now the speed is really starting to pick up with 3 laps to go. Rodehamel still convincingly out front leading, but Lee makes a big outside pass to go from 4th into 1st and continuing her speed to create a gap between her and the rest of the pack with 2 laps to go. Lee coming around to the bell lap, convincingly out in front. Rhoda Hamill and Will Hoyt in second and third. It's a tight battle for those top 2 and 3 positions. And coming to the line, your unofficial winner is going to be Lee. Rhoda Hamill will finish in second, Will Hoyt in third, Sao in fourth, and Anderson in fifth, unofficially. We're gonna switch gears now and welcome our men onto the ice for the second time today. In the men's 1,000-meter quarterfinals, we are picking the top 2 skaters from each race and the next 2 fastest third-place times. In our first heat, we have skater 493 Ryan Shane in that first starting position. In our starting position 2, we have skater 458 Andrew Hio. In lane position 3, we have skater 418 Sean Shui. In lane 4, skater 431 Sungmin Kwan. In lane 5, skater 462 Noah Trope.
What's that? No public today. I hope.
Starters blowing his whistle, signifying skaters to go to the start line.
Yeah, it's going to show my climbing wall
Oh.
in our house. Like when you walk in the door.
Oh.
It's a little ridiculous, but
Stand up, gentlemen. Go to the start. Ready.
Good start, clean start, and we've got Trope out front, followed by Hio, Shane, Shui, and Kwan. Looks like the men are picking up the pace of each lap compared to the last round, as there is more on the line each individual race. They want that shot at the A final. They want that shot at that world championship team. Noah Trope is out in front, pushing a 10.3 second with coming around with 5 laps to go. It drops it down to a 9.7 second. Passes are happening left, right, and center. Hio is now your new leader, followed by Shane, Shui, Kwan, and Trope. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hio has a little bit of a gap between him and the rest of the pack. Shane is chasing him down, trying to hold on, but loses his position to an outside pass by Sean Shui going into the corner. Shui is able to close that gap and get onto Hio with 2 laps to go. Looks like the top 2 are Hio and Shui with a lap to go. Is anything going to happen between Shane and Kwan? Kwan passes Shane up on the outside to take that 3rd place. And coming around the final corner, your unofficial winner is going to be Hio, followed by Shui in 2nd. Those 2 will move on to our semifinals. Kwan will finish in 3rd, Shane in 4th, and Trope in 5th. Our second quarterfinal is hopping onto the ice, getting ready and warmed up for the race right now. In lane 1, we have skater 491, Julius Kazanecki. In lane 2, skater 440, Benjamin Sullivan. In lane 3, we have skater 453, Wesley Park. Lane 4 is 469, Marcus Howard. And lane 5, skater 405, is Brandon Kim. Skaters to the line.
Go to the start. Ready.
We've got a blazing fast start by Howard to get into that first place position, followed closely by Wesley Park and Brandon Kim. Looks like it's USA 1, 2, 3 out in front, followed by Kazanecki and Sullivan 4 and 5. 2 laps to go, 2 laps down, 7 laps to go. Howard is your leader, pushing a 9.3 second pace. I might have to get checked. This one's going to be a lot faster than all the other ones, and coming around the north corner 5 laps to go. No change in pace, but Howard, Kim, and Park are your top skaters, 1, 2, and 3. Kazanecki is in 4th, and Sullivan is in 5th, looking for that opportunity to move up into a qualifying position. Howard pushing down that pace even further. He's continuing looking strong. He wants this race. He wants to control it wire to wire. We've got a 9.1 second lap going right now, and coming around with 2 laps to go, it's going to be 9.0 second lap. Next lap might even go to the 8th, ladies and gentlemen. Coming around the north corner with a lap to go. Your leaders are still USA 1, 2, 3, Howard, Kim, and Park. And come down a little bit of contact between Kazanecki and Sullivan in the backstretch, but coming up to the wire, Howard will be your unofficial winner. Kim will finish in 2nd, and Park in 3rd. Kazanecki in 4th, and Sullivan will finish in 5th. Unofficially. Our ref has blown the whistle, and now we are moving on to our 3rd quarterfinal. In lane 1, we have skater 460, Aaron Liu. In lane 2, skater 427, Brandon Lau. In lane position 3, we have skater 429, Jonathan So. In start position 4, 416, Xavier Lawrence. And in starting position 5, skater 495, Daniel Yoon. Our referees are checking out that video replay in that last lap where Kazanecki and Sullivan clicked blades and made contact. Let's see if a call is going to be made. But we've got our 5 skaters just warming up, trying to stay warm before they are called to our start line. Looks like there was no call in that last race, so skaters to the line.
Go to the start. Ready.
Got another fast start by Aaron Liu, Brandon Lau, actually the entire pack as everyone is tight. It's a close pack off this one lap. Got a little bit of a gap between the top 2, Brandon Lau and Aaron Liu, and the rest of the pack. And Jonathan So sitting in 3rd, looking to catch them back up. Brandon Lau passing up the inside while Daniel Yoon makes an outside pass to go into 1st. Coming around the north corner with 5 laps to go at a 9.01 second lap. Daniel Yoon is your leader, followed by Lau, So, Lawrence, and Liu. A lot of moves happening. So passing on the outside to go into 2nd place. Still a tight pack with 3.5 laps to go. Tight passing. There's really not a lot of room, and skaters need to make their moment now, if any, if they're going to make it through into the next round. 2 laps to go. Your leader is now So as he makes an inside pass on Yoon. Lou is in third in that hot seat, and Lawrence is in fourth, tight. Anything can happen in this last lap as blocks are flying. Bumping happening in the southern corner as Lawrence passes Lou on the inside. Coming to the final corner and to the finish line, So will be your unofficial winner. Yoon will finish in second. Those two will move on to the semifinal. Lawrence and Lou. Lawrence will finish in third, Lou will finish in fourth, and Lau in fifth. We've got one more final men's 1,000-meter quarterfinal to go. In our final race of the block, we have in starting position 1, skater 449, Justin Liu. In starting position 2, skater 442, Caleb Park. In starting position 3, skater 420, Albert Zhang. In starting position 4, skater 471, Aiden Liu. And in starting position 5, we have skater 464, Alec Skotowski. After our video review, there is no penalty between skater 460 and skater 416. There was shared responsibility. No penalty.
Go to the start. Ready.
Our last quarterfinal is out underway. Zhang taking an early lead into first, but is quickly passed by Park up the inside. A lot of movement first off, we had a lot of movement. Now it's time to relax a little bit. Park pushing his pace. Justin Liu is in third place. Skotowski in fourth, and Aiden Liu is in fifth. 6 laps to go. Caleb Park is pushing a 9.4 second, dropping it half second from a 10.0 to a 9.4 second lap. Got fans cheering for the skaters in the stands as no change in pace is happening right now. Coming around the north corner we've got 4 laps to go. Park, Zhang, Liu, still your top 3 skaters, with Skotowski in fourth and Liu in fifth. Justin Liu attempts to pass up the inside, but gets blocked by Zhang. 2.5 laps, your leader is still Park, starting to create a gap between him and the rest of the skaters. Liu tries up the inside again, is successful this time, taking away second place from Zhang. We're going to hear the bell right now. Your leaders, 1, 2, are Caleb Park and Justin Liu coming around with a half lap to go up to the final corner. Third place is Zhang. Can he hold on to it? And your unofficial winner is going to be Park, followed by Liu, Zhang, Skotowski, and Liu unofficially. That will conclude our men's 1,000-meter quarterfinal. We'll now have a resurface break, and we will return with our men's and women's 1,000-meter semifinals. Racing will resume at 1:20. 1:20.
Yeah, but it's not a competition.
It reminds me of the Barbie movie.
What's that?
This song reminds me of the Barbie movie.
Oh, I haven't seen it. It's been a long time since I've watched a movie.
I watched it on the plane.
Oh, nice.
Well, the prize was actually good.
Oh, yeah, I just figured out the person.
Okay.
So it's working now. You have 16 and 17 there?
Yeah.
Okay. I won't press the 17 there.
Where'd the egg go?
Here's what happens when you take it's getting technical. It come up to your ceiling when you're
Oh, no
climbing.
way!
You're climbing
That's your
wall.
room. Oh,
You know?
nice.
Yeah, so there's like 12 feet down, up and down.
Those are those like four bungee cords, second cords?
Yeah.
Oh, funny.
It's steady, but I'm like, I was just, I don't know, my daughter was talking about bungee yoga or something. I bet we could hook that up.
That's funny.
Yeah, I mean, it's 8 feet high, climbing much higher on different angles.
So you made your own angles, your own pictures there. You put like
Yeah.
wall, like screw in like wood, plywood, and build
Yeah,
out.
so what I did, I just screwed 2x4s across the wall as the base, because that way I'm not totally destroying the wall.
Yeah.
And then I could screw them into multiple studs. And then I built a frame that just comes out at different angles. So it was just 2x4 with angle brackets. I cut angles, and it wasn't very hard. I did it in a weekend. Years and years ago.
I wonder if like like a Momentum gym or something like that has like old wall They're getting put a new wall up and they have an old one. They throw them away, they give them away.
Yeah.
They have framing they can use because they have all kinds
Possibly.
of different. Every
Yeah, I
type of
just
like make it inverted or over your whole wall, so you
I
have to
just
kind
got
of like.
plywood on it. But I never really climbed. We just have fun with it. We played weird games, joust each other. My son put up 2 holes that had big flat spots on them, right by the gymnastic rings. You can get the toes on those and do push-ups, but they're like all over where your hands are.
Oh, weird.
So it makes it more a push-up times 5.
Yeah, right. That's fun. I've watched those gym climbers.
Oh yeah.
Unbelievable. The amount of strength they have. There's one. I went to watch this one girl, and there was like a wall she was climbing, and she got her leg and like put it up to here. Was able to hold herself, and then she like literally like pulled and then coiled up with her leg, and was able to move along the wall with her hips next to it and grab another one. I'm like, the amount of flexibility and strength in the fullest extension. They have to start here and pull everything in while keeping themselves next to the wall. I'm just sitting there like,
I tried climbing a few times and I'm like, this is so hard. There's no way. And I was so sore after, and I was doing what they call the really easy route.
oh, the number ones, wherever they are.
Yeah.
They have 1, 2, 3
whatever they
levels.
are. Once they get up harder on them, that just doesn't even seem reasonable.
It's pretty incredible to watch them, yeah. And I saw, I had on my phone, there was a World Cup here. I still have it. But they were doing speed climbing.
Oh, that is something else. My son climbed. He did a speed climbing class. He said it was super fun.
When I first was watching, I thought, you're getting pulled up the.
Oh, it looks like they're getting pulled. Yeah. He's like, in seconds. Then I had to read about it after I saw it. So like how and I guess they leave they have like certain patterns they do and they leave it that way. So people build that muscle memory to go up that one specific route.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't change. They have like maybe it changes here and there.
I have to ask Mark. Mark now is the executive director of USA Climbing.
Oh.
So he has, yeah. So he's got the insights and all that stuff.
I saw the one that they had kind of a angled one over the
Pool?
pool.
That's called a Seco block. It's been going on for years.
That looks fun.
Yeah, it's fun. Here you go. That's fun to watch. To watch them go up. So crazy. That's all human generated. I went back like, there's no way. So I went back, right? And I'm just going. I'm looking for the slack on the road. There's always slack. They're not getting pulled.
Oh yeah.
Look how they're just running up, reaching and running and grabbing and
Faster than most people could do off a ladder.
I know that was just unbelievable.
My nephew wanted to meet you.
Hi,
This is Ronan. This is Levi.
how you guys doing? Who's that?
Rowan's your buddy. Anyway, they wanted to say hi to you.
Did you watch your race this morning?
They were here for the remix.
Oh, cool, all right. You guys speed skating? Oh, you want to try speed skating? Yeah? You guys on skates.
causing other people to move or something. Then,
Yeah. We were like at the end and across the finish line, but
right.
I don't know.
But she was there before the finish line,
Yeah,
right? before
and
the
she
finish
kept speeding.
line. Yeah.
I was like,
And other people
you're
were
done,
done.
you're done, you're done.
So,
She was just like, hey, how's it going? She was just so focused on going.
and hearing the bell ring, again, it's like, which teams are doing what?
You know? It was like, what? What are you
But
doing?
we never practiced lap and a half exchange at the club.
Yeah, well, it's 2.5 plus 2. That's only, because you only go out twice.
Oh, that's true. No, depends on who goes out. The
Yeah.
new ones usually go out.
No, for that one, we just, everyone does 2.5 and then everyone does 2.
Oh, okay.
And then you're done.
Having fun with it now?
Yeah. You had the surgery?
I did. The second one, yeah. Total replacement.
Oh my god. Awful.
Yeah, it takes a while to recover.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it's no problem. X-rays said, X-rays said it's serious.
Oh yeah?
If you're okay with it.
Yeah, I'm good. Oh my gosh.
Totally new ankle.
That's inside of
Living good out of
their
date.
bump. Yeah, he's got the boot on his ankle right there.
Yeah, that's good.
They got all those metal pieces.
I know, I saw you were covering right
I
with
think
that.
maybe.
Metal and
That's so crazy. Yeah, modern medicine, I'll tell you what. Before it just take it off.
ran that straightaway this year.
Thanks.
One group
Trying. I messed up.
every lap they get one on this side. This side was okay on, but that side
We were here late too. It was so bad.
That's what I figured.
We left as soon as we could this morning. We were out. We were driving away. It's 6:45.
I hear myself saying it, so I just, you know, and have an opportunity to share something. Isn't it fun? It is fun. I love.
Ladies and gentlemen, coaches and skaters, we have 5 minutes till the start of racing. 5 minutes.
I started work that day at 3:30, so I could get them up. Yeah. And by the time we get there, read the screen. I know it's. I think we've talked about this, or maybe I talked to Brian about it yesterday. I wish there was some Oh.
We are now going to begin our semifinal block of racing. First women's semifinal is making their way onto the ice right now. In lane 1, we have skater 314 Eunice Lee. In lane position 2, skater 347 Cameron Lute. In lane position 3, we have skater 358 Elizabeth Rodehamel. In lane 4, skater 316 Zoe Lai. In lane 5, skater 327 Isabella Zaccaziolo. And with the starter blowing the whistle, skaters go to the line.
Go to the start. Ready.
Sit down there.
Got a slow start to our semifinal block, but Zaccaziolo's inching her way up on the outside to claim that early lead. Rodehamel is following close behind her into second place, but Eunice Lee blocking her. She wants that to stay in second. Rodehamel being forced to skate on the outside of the skaters, making her way up the outside into the first position. Coming around the corner with 6 laps to go, still nice and slow. This race is going to be a sprint, usually in the last 4 or even 3 laps of the race. Rodehamel is your leader, followed by Zaccaziolo, Lee, Lute, and Lai in that order. Lute's had enough of the slow pace and wants the speed. She makes an outside pass up the outside into first and creates a gap. Lai following her into that second position. Rodehamel fighting to remain in third with Zaccaziolo fourth and Lee in fifth. Lee is making an outside pass to pass 2 people into third position, and she is not stopping there. Let's see if she can make it around. Cameron Lute, still your leader with 2 laps to go. Lee continuing her outside pass, skating on the outside, going into second place. Lai falls back into our third place. We're going to hear the bell right now. Your top 3 are Lute, Lee, and Lai going down the backstretch to the final corner. What's going to happen is we're only taking 2 to the final and to the finish. Going to the A finals, to be Cameron Lute, Eunice Lee, and Zoe Lai is going to finish in third, be in that hot seat to see if she has the qualifying time to move to the A final. Rodehamel will finish in 4th, and Zaccaziolo will finish in 5th. Unofficially, our second semifinal is now coming onto the ice, getting warmed up and ready and going to the start line. In starting position 1, we have skater 336 Julie Latai. In starting position 2, we have skater 325 Grace Lee. In starting position 3, we have skater 391 Una Wilhoit. In starting position 4, skater 360 Andrea Sau. And in starting position 5, we have skater 338 Louisiana Stahl. Skaters to the line.
Go to the start. Ready.
Clean start, but no one is sitting still. We've got a lot of movement happening in just this first lap. What Latai did have the lead, but Stahl took the lead right away from her. Selena Sue was making her way through the gaps to fit into third place. We got our track stewards already fixing blocks on 2 laps into this race. So if that's an indicator of what's about to happen, it's going to get chaotic. Things have settled down with 6 laps to go and 6 laps to go in the race, first 3 laps down. Stahl is your leader. Latai in second, Will Hoyt in third, Lee in fourth, and Sao in fifth. And this pace is picking it up. We've got a 10.3 second lap, and Stahl looks to be pushing that pace even faster. Latai builds up speed coming out of the corner and makes a pass up the inside to take that lead away from Stahl. Stahl fits into second place, trying to defend her position from the oncoming skaters. Lee makes her way up the inside and passes Will Hoyt to get into third, and Will Hoyt is in fourth position. A lot of contact going to be happening right now as Lee makes a tight inside pass, passing Stahl to get into the first position. We're going to hear the bell now, and your leader still a tie, followed by Lee, Stahl, Will Hoyt, and Sao in that order. Coming to the final corners, anything going to happen? Does not look like it. Latai will finish as your winner. Lee will finish in second. Those two will make it to the A final. Stahl is in third in that hot seat. We'll see if her time makes it. Will Hoyt will finish in fourth and Sao in fifth. Unofficially, of course. We're going to switch over to our men's division right now. And we're going to have the same picking the top two skaters. What's the next fastest third place time to move on to the A final. Everyone else who doesn't will fall to the B final. In our first heat, in starting position 1, we have skater 405 Brandon Kim. In starting position 2, we have skater 429 Jonathan So. In starting position 3, we have skater 416 Xavier Lawrence. In starting position 4, we have skater 449 Justin Liu. And in starting position 5, we have skater 458 Andrew Hio.
So in the future, getting more jackets like that, do we have all the contact information and stuff like that? Just somewhere else. Or just wherever, just so we have it somewhere where somebody on their shelf or in the
Skaters to the line.
I just put these staples. Oh, I can send you my contact information. I do all of the volunteer shirts, Garrett Baker, cheap and Oh, Steve, I'm sorry. What size are you?
Go to the start. Ready.
Got a quick start to this race and already bumping and shoving as Xavier Lawrence managing to defend his position and also move into second position. Passes are happening now. Jonathan So makes a pass on the outside to go into first. Brandon Kim in second. Lawrence in third. Liu in fourth and Hio in fifth. But Liu is not content. He wants to make it to the A final. He's moving up. A lot of battling happened for that third place position between Liu and Lawrence. Hio taking advantage of the chaos to move into fourth place easily. We've got 5 laps to go, ladies and gentlemen, and Jonathan So is still your leader, pushing a 9.39 second pace, followed closely by Brandon Kim, who's defending his position pretty well. No one's getting around him, looks like. Coming around the corner, we got 3 laps to go. Kim makes his move up the outside. Can Jonathan So defend it? We got Hio taking advantage of all that chaos, moving into second place, but might fall back in third place, as Brandon Kim still fighting on the outside to get into the lead, but looks like he manages to do it. A lot of bumping and shoving with a 1 lap to go. Brandon Kim successfully passes Jonathan So on the outside, but there's a lot of tight and pushing and shoving, passing and racing. Ooh, I couldn't even get it in all in time. Brandon Kim will finish unofficially in first, Andrew Hio in second, Jonathan So in third, Xavier Lawrence in fourth, and Justin Liu in fifth. A lot of bumping and shoving happened in that race, and when that happens, skaters can take advantage of the opportunity that presents itself in front of them. We'll see what the referees have to say with the video replay. And while they do that, I will announce our second and final 1,000-meter semifinal of this racing block. In lane position 1, we have skater 469 Marcus Howard. In lane 2, we have skater 453 Wesley Park. In lane 3, we have skater 495 Daniel Yoon. In lane 4, we have skater 442, Caleb Park, and lane 5, skater 418, Sean Shui.
Something about that in like a somewhere in Ocala, Florida.
That was one of my 3 things last year I got this jacket, but they had so much visual stuff that I swear everyone.
This is at 8 gas station for short term?
Skaters to the line.
This was one of the big.
Better
I
one?
think I'm like 6th or 7th person in line, and then just like split it. And the other people that come in were too small for each.
Yeah, that's the first one.
So they just happened to have this stuff and it hit me.
Go
Kids ones first.
to the start. Ready.
Our last 1,000-meter semifinal is now underway. We've got Marcus Howard up in front, taking that early lead like he likes to lead. He wants to go wire to wire. Let's see if he can do it. We've got the Park brothers, Caleb Park in second, Wesley Park in third, but those have changed. Wesley Park continuing his advance, moving up from third to first in just a lap to take the lead away from Howard. Coming around with 6 laps to go, Park is your leader, followed by his brother Caleb Park. Marcus Howard in third, Yoon in fourth, Shui in fifth. 5 laps to go, and this race is just picking up now. It's going to be a fight to the finish between everyone in this race. Howard attempts the outside-inside pass, but fails. Ends up pushing Wesley Park ahead, giving him a nice little speed boost. So he doesn't have to work as hard for these last 3 laps. Now there's a big gap. There's a gap between him and the rest of the pack. Wesley Park is out in front. Howard chasing him down in second. Yoon and Shui close on their tail between in third. Pass is happening. Everyone's going down. Shui ends up passing, but 2 people go down in the corner. We've got a lap left in this race, and I'm confused. I don't know where anyone is at right now. Wesley Park is our leader, and he's going to come crossing the finish line. And it looks like there's going to be a little bit battle between the second place. Caleb Park sneaks by Sean Shui to get into second place. Shui finishes in third, Howard in fourth, and Yoon in. Well, we'll see what happens between Howard and Yoon as they are still skating.
All of them, the whole field?
The 2 guys standing up have more to go, yeah.
Now I'm gonna have to volunteer a lot.
He hasn't called.
There's always a rule you should abide by in short track. Finish your race. Always skate to the finish because you don't know what someone else is doing behind you. And with Caleb Park sneaking by Shui in that very last moment, he only beat him by what looks like a 1/10 of a second.
Yeah, that's right.
We still got skaters skating on the track, finishing their race. And our referees, once they finish, will 100% go look at the video replay. Just trying to figure out what happened in that race.
They didn't call anything, did
They haven't yet.
And with that whistle, that will conclude our 1,000-meter semifinals. We are going to take a resurface break, and we will come back with our lower block finals, consisting of the women's C final and the men's G, F, B, D, and C finals.
I want to hear the call on this one, though. I didn't see what happened in the entering the turn. Okay. That's why I stood up then. Ooh, it might be.
That's what it looked like.
There was 1 lap to go, right?
Yeah. No, 2.
2 laps to go. Good. So is he passing in a qualifying position? Does he get advanced? Probably not. Oh,
We will resume racing at 1:50 with our women's C final, 1:50.
Well, there's a. I have a pen.
I said we should just go for it. She's like,
So this is how it looks. I mean, it is not easy. I'm not saying it's easy, but so here's like here's the Montage Hotel, and then if you take the Marsac, take it all the way up. You keep going up. At one point, it goes by the Montage. There's a roundabout here, and then it goes up like that, and there's a hard right, and then there's a parking lot right here. That takes you up to the top, but it kind of winds around a little bit. You get to the ridge, and the ridge goes like this, and then on the other side of the ridge is a skate trail. And you skate down. That's probably about half a mile. Then when you get down here, there's another parking lot. You cross over that, and then the trail heads here. And you can either go. This is hard. If you go up here, it's really hard. It keeps going all the way to the top here. It comes around. It's all downhill like that. It goes over here. There's a loop right here that's flat. And then
Ladies and gentlemen, in that last race, there was a penalty to skater 495, Daniel Yoon. End of straight, outside skater not giving space. And skater 469, Marcus Howard, will be advanced to the A final.
it meets up. But you can come out of this, and then it goes across like that. You can go up here. You don't have to go the hard way up because this meets. You can go like this and catch this loop and do a little loop like this. Like this. This is like a somewhat flat, a little climb, downhill or flat, and then a little bit of a climb, and then flat. So that's the easiest lap. This is the hardest lap.
can you get here from just going like
Yeah,
here? You don't
yeah.
have to do that.
No, you just go straight down. So that's kind of that's like a little bit of, that's probably like probably a little bit harder than the White Pine 3K. Probably the same length, maybe even shorter than the White Pine 3K. But it's just like a little bit of climb here. I'm telling you, just a tiny bit right here, and then downhill, flat, uphill, and then again a little uphill, and then flat all the way to here again. So
So there's some options. You're
yeah,
not stuck on just like that.
this is what sucks. This right here, this is the worst part. I mean, I went the first time and I was like, got to the top and like, I can taste blood in my gums. And now if I just go up slower I'm okay with it, but I'm still hard. Then you recover all the way on here. This is fun and scary because you're going down here pretty fast, or you just plow. But you have tracks all the way around here. And this is just absolutely flat, but it's just this big circle. So one lap I'll go this direction, one lap I'll come and go that direction. And then this is usually, by the time I get to here, it's always soft, so it sucks going up because it's soft. And it's exposed. These are all pretty good everywhere else. But it's a lot of terrain for sure.
Yeah.
But if you can get to here, the hardest part is getting here. I mean, just from here all the way to here is what kind of sucks. Is you're like, but you can just ski down there until you get to the trailhead. But you got to kind of, and coming back, it looks like it's uphill, but it's not really. It's kind of like, you kind of keep coasting sometimes, thinking it's uphill, but it's really down. It's like a false flat, so to speak. But yeah, but it's
I'm working on my leg strength because I need to. I feel like I've kind of plateaued in my ability, so I need to take lessons. Something because I'm just doing the classic.
which is hard enough. It's more like running, isn't it? You gotta push down and pull.
There's something I'm not quite doing that I'm not doing as fast. Like people like start like I can't quite.
Are you pulling back when you're on your skis? Because what I understand, it's kind of like it's not just going like that, like moving your feet forward, but when you're here, you're almost like pulling down and back
You're propelling your leg.
at the same time as pulling back. Okay.
I need to check like the wax for one thing, the different conditions, and just I think I need to do lessons so someone can go, oh, this is what you need to do, instead of me like, oh, is it this, is it that, some of it's trial and error.
But definitely getting the lessons. So I'm like, oh, I was out there one day. You know Billy DeMong from the Olympics. He won a gold in the combined. We're friends, and we see each other at things. And I'm doing a lap, and all of a sudden I'm like, hey! It's like, hey, what are you doing here? So I'm talking to somebody. I think I'm with Lucy's best husband. I'm talking with Chris and waiting for him to come around, and then Billy goes up. So I ended up catching Billy, but he's on classic skis, and he's with his dogs, and I'm skate skiing, and he stops and he goes, nice. He goes, come here for a second. And I get to the top of the climb and he stops. He goes, the timing's a little off. Like you're planting, then you're putting your foot down, and then you're pushing, and then you're pushing with your ski. He's like, you want to land like the exact same time, so that your weight's almost like he over exaggerated, like you're falling on your ski with your pole, so that everything's coming down, and then as you start transitioning, you're already pushing with it. I go. So now I'm going like 3, 1, 3, 1 in my head, going 3 to make sure I'm hitting the same time, and it makes a difference. And when I'm off, if I'm like 2, 3, you can feel like you're not getting all the weight transfer. And it's little things like that. I'm like, thanks. That makes a difference. So I can imagine because that's.
There are little tricks like when we were skiing with Susan's friend up in Idaho. She was the one who gave us some pointers for things and gave us a little more courage to go down hills and up hills. At first we're like, it's a downhill ski where you can get your edge and go. And this is like, okay, go.
Yeah, those little things.
Yeah.
And I got a black eye that one time because I crashed. And stuck in the tracks.
This hill and I'm like,
That's hilarious.
because we were like sidestepping up because it was like so steep.
Oh.
So anyway, it was helpful to ski somebody who's much more advanced because they see those little videos.
Fun.
So anyway, it's all exciting. But it was fun when I mentioned that to her. She said, "Oh, no, my friend was really good." She said it's super hard.
Well, I didn't know how fast classic skiers can go. I've never really seen it go fast. I was out there one day, and this girl came around that part, and then she was like pushing like that. Like she jumped out of the trail, like she was going like this, like steering herself.
Yeah.
Jumped into the classic ski, and we're like, and like literally saw her accelerate, and I just went. I couldn't believe how fast someone was going on those skis compared to skate skis. I know skate skis are faster, but she was climbing uphill, and you could see her like going wham, wham, and her poles were. It just looked effortless, but you could see her gaining momentum. I was impressed. I'm like, holy, who's that? Like, she must be an elite athlete. It looked that good. I might try that one day. I'm not there yet. I'm still on my classic kick. So. What time is starting?
So what is this 4 champions thing versus the World Cup?
It's a 4 continents.
Or
So
4 continents, sorry.
So there's a European Championships, which is going on right now,
Yeah.
and they get prize money and everything right now, like that. So it's a championship. You can win. If you it used to be in Oceania, it was like, it was Australia, New Zealand, the U.S., Canada. I think part of Asia, like Japan, Korea, Kazakhstan, and Russia, I guess, right? It's all part of the Asian, right? So that was the other championship, but it's never big enough. There's not any TV viewage. So they tried it, and you just did it to qualify for the World. Because you had your European Championships, where you qualified your European countries to go to the World Championships, and then you qualified through your Oceania to go to the World Championships. And that's where all the countries went. Well, the 4 continents is a development program they're trying to put in place where you have Japan, China, or China continent, North America, and like Colombia and the Pan Pacific, I guess, region. They're coming in, they're having a competition, and they're giving out prize money, but it's supposed to be the lower level, but teams who don't have World Cup skaters in and the juniors send their best skaters there. So you might have someone skate 4 continents and the World Cup. You might have someone just qualify 4 continents because it's a lower qualification and not go to World Cup. So we'll send all of our B-level skaters to 4 continents, to get an experience, and the next week the World Cup is our top skaters. So it's a bit of a championship, but it's not the elite championship.
I wondered if it was like, it seemed like reading that it was like the same people, but that makes more sense.
It kind of is for some countries because they don't have a lot of a big talent pool. So again, we send both because we have juniors and seniors, but not Kazakhstan. I'm trying to think of some teams that are small. Spain, Portugal. They'll send, or not even, those are European countries, but countries like that will send small groups just to one because they have no elite skaters. So
Makes sense.
but it's small. It's a very quick competition. There's probably 40 athletes, maybe more, 50 athletes.
Oh, okay.
I'm thinking it's 100, almost 250 or 60 World Cup athletes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, there's one session right now with the current numbers. One practice session will have 139 skaters and one will have 145 skaters.
I didn't even know it was quite that big.
Yeah,
I mean, I knew it was
that's the World Cup.
right.
Yeah, but
Knew it was a lot,
but
still.
it's only about a third of that, I think, for the 4 continents.
Okay.
And again, only probably 20% will be the same skaters, because the Dutch are going to send anybody there because it's not part of that continent. But all the Dutch come to the World Cup.
That makes sense.
So,
Well,
but it'll be interesting.
Talking to my wife, saying, so they're skating almost every weekend in in January, and
It's
I'm like, I'll help out some. but
exhausting.
I don't-
Yeah.
that's a lot.
Well, this back-to-back killed us because yesterday was hard with the third day of the long track, and then literally 2 hours
Right.
before this started, and we're trying to get everything hooked up and making sure everything's done. It's just I was opposed.
Well, then you
to
got
this.
This goes on Monday too, right?
Sorry. Yeah. And then Friday, Saturday we're shutting down Saturday and Sunday to build to pull the bleachers out and take all the hockey boards down on Friday off that sheet and get it ready for Monday because that's when practice starts. That goes for 2 weeks, and then we break it down that Sunday night and Monday, and the next weekend is a track meet, that big huge track meet, 1,800 kids here over
I didn't
Friday and
even know
Saturday.
about that.
And the following weekend is another track meet on 2 days. One's a distance challenge, and the next morning's a sprint challenge. So we're gonna have, they're like a month and a half of events. We're working crazy. And I didn't. When they asked me like, do you think we can do back to back? I said no, don't want to do it. You guys gotta find somebody else. And they went to Todd, and Todd's like, yeah, I think we can do it. Todd's not here, but
You can.
it's just hard to do this without a lot of staff. And a few of us were here 16 hours yesterday.
That's what I was to say. You can, but then you get people that are starting to burn out. And
Yeah, I'm burned out.
I bet. And even getting volunteers. I mean, at some point, it's hard to get people
Over and
over and over.
yeah,
and over.
and overlapping.
Like, yeah, I
and-
can't do weekdays.
Yeah.
But
You're here on a weekend, which is great.
Yeah.
Save somebody for the next time.
that's
But tomorrow's going to be tough.
Hey.
Yeah. Where's the little one at? On the powder somewhere?
He's asleep.
We've got 3 minutes till the start of racing.
You better
3 minutes.
No, we make sure he sleeps because that's my sanity.
Oh, I'd love that. Almost due south of.
But now he wants to get snowboard. Like, let's just ski.
What was he doing before?
He was doing all of the changes. So all of, if there was a mix-up on finish times or officiating photo finish time up there on Swiss time.
Was he?
Yeah.
Wow.
So if I got Jim to do the running, teach him how to do the running, and then Brandon to do the updates and stuff again, then that means I can manage that whole deck and stuff and interfere with Arn and Ari and all that too. So I'm trying to get things to run smoother up there, especially for Forcon and stuff. So and I know that Linda was doing I didn't know why he left and why he, he was there and he left. It was because he did it because Sarah was doing all this stuff out here and he wanted to spend weekends with Sarah. And so that was the way he was able to spend weekends with Sarah.
Oh, don't forget, we can always use Leanne.
Why not?
She's leaked till after the 31st.
Our women's C final is making their way onto the ice right now, getting prepared, warmed up, and getting ready to go to that starting line. In lane position 1, we have skater 349, Caroline Anderson. In lane position 2, we have skater 305, Michelle Yee. In lane position 3, we have skater 369, Samantha Scheffler. In lane position 4, we have skater 380, Selena Sue.
But
You and stuff, and if I can tap into Lyndon again, that would be great too. So we'll find out. For the B group, maybe not, but for the A group, which is the televised version and stuff,
Skaters to the line.
in the first half of the day, then I think it's. What was yesterday? What race is it? 1000s and 15s? Oh, 15s.
Go to the start.
And then tomorrow, 500.
Ready.
1000.
Clean start to the beginning of our 1,000-meter final block. We've got 4 women in this race right now. Looks like Scheffler is our early leader in this race, followed closely by the rest of the pack. Selena Sue in second, Anderson in third, and Michelle Yee in fourth. We've got a very, very slow pace going on right now, and usually this indicates a sprint at the final. Usually that sprint will happen anywhere from 6 laps to go, 3 laps to go, 4 laps to go, 5 laps to go. It could even be the very last lap. Just depends when one skater wants to pull the trigger. Just like right now, everyone's off to the races. Scheffler picks up on the path from Michelle Yee and gets going, creating speed instantaneously, continuing her lead. Selena Sue still right on her. Michelle Yee in third and Anderson in fourth. Coming around the corner with 4 laps to go. We've got no change of pace. Scheffler putting out some defensive tracks. Selena says, I can read you like a book. Makes a pass on the outside to take the lead away from her with 3 laps to go. Down the backstretch into the north corner, no change. Michelle Yee tries a pass up the inside on Scheffler, but Scheffler blocks her, maintaining second place. We've got 1 more lap to go in the C final, ladies and gentlemen. Selena Sue out in front, Scheffler on her tail. Is she going to claim the C final, or Selena Sue going to continue her lead to the final finish line? Sue will be your unofficial winner. Scheffler in second, Yee in third. Anderson will finish in fourth.
Is he coming in right now? What's the helmet on?
They're working on it.
Hey, that's your mom's jacket. She was sporting it up last night. She wore it all home.
So with the conclusion of our women's C final, we're going to switch over to our men's division. And looks like we're still trying to figure out who belongs in what race. But when that happens, I will announce the starting position immediately. We've got our track stewards out there preparing the ice, putting blocks on the correct track, laying water down so that the ice is a little bit grippier than just plain ice. If you didn't know that, now you know. Water makes ice grippier. Crazy, right? this weekend of racing is going to be picking our senior World Cup members that will go and race for the U.S. in the European World Cups in World Cup 5 and 6, and they will also choose our World Cup Championship team as well. And we're also selecting our Junior World Championship team from this competition. So there is a lot on the line, and every race matters, every point you can get matters.
He just, yeah, he looked like his body was just starting to shut down. Because even on the front stretch, he was like this.
But I mean, I don't think ever in any of his training in his entire life of speed skating has his arm swing ever had to go like this for
Yeah.
training. So how does that come into play when you're tired? I mean, if anything, you're like, you're not
Like
going.
his legs just like, you could tell from upstairs started to cramp up. Because he was even holding his legs like this too.
Who's that?
Victor Thor.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
So I have a notorious guy in the cell that people talk about. Where it was
The Utah Olympic Oval would like to thank all of our volunteers and officials for taking the time away from their days to come and make sure a meet like this happens. Usually happens with nothing can happen without this race cannot happen without all these volunteers happening.
Gerard says, sit back in it's snowing. They can't lay water because it's snowing. So
Yeah.
like, sit back in the 10K. Sit back on your heels. So I go back there and like.
That sounds really good.
We are shaking a short technical break, and will resume racing at 2:05. If you are in the heat box and ready to go race, go get warm, go untie your skates, get comfy. We still got some time.
Excited to see me and winning after 5K. Blew up. Finished on 46s.
46.
I was probably 6 feet off, 5 feet off the blocks. I don't wear glasses when I skate. And I don't look in my eyes. I didn't wear back then, I should say. So my eyes are frozen. I am skating with blurred vision. I can kind of see the blocks over here. And I'm just trying to skate. And I'm going by, and people are going like John Turbina, Pearson, like, that's it, Derek, keep it going. I'm like, oh my God,
I don't
he's
want
dying. And I think when your vision, like your senses all start, like my vision got worse, my hearing got better. I could hear every voice as I'm skating around. People started leaving, like our Americans started leaving during my race. Diane Holm was there, and you're in the zone, Derek. I'm thinking, Twilight Zone, I can't even see where I'm going right now. Like, what are you talking about, woman? And I'm just going, and I'm getting, I didn't get last. Somebody fell, I didn't get last. But it was the worst race of my life ever. I almost quit. It was so bad that how many years later, Japanese coach Umara from Japan at the Olympics said, after it was over, he goes, I will tell stories about you. I said, what do you mean? He goes, I cannot believe you are the same skater from Vasalga. And I went, oh yeah, tell that story. he goes, I will tell every young skater, I will tell a story that from Vasalga to Olympic champion. And I go, 6 years, yeah, but. And so he's like, so anyway, in that race, I couldn't have done this. I don't know how it's like someone pulled the spine out of his body and he had no connection between his limbs. I don't understand how that happens. That's just is that his go-to place?
I have not seen it like
Yeah. Well, I saw like back before he's like, then all of a sudden, it goes from this, right, all of a sudden like falling off his hip, to all of a sudden standing up, and then he's like, there's no balance, and then his arm is going like, I mean, literally this high in the air. I'm like, that's why I'm just like, okay, I'm not watching anymore.
Yeah, the 1,000 meters just kind of like cut to me. So.
Yeah. Why not even going into it?
No, I thought the opportunity was going to lose it.
Yeah. Because I was telling him, Nick went over and he's like, oh, put it right here. And I was telling him, Nick went over and went, he was like yelling at him, and I go, man. I'm sorry.
Mitch threw his lap
He
board
threw his backboard in the backside. What do you want this?
just underneath.
Vic was my coach at Basaga. All Gerard said to me was, you know what? So he goes, go run down. Just get away from here. Get away from the building. So I literally went down a road for about a mile,
walking to these tree. It's forest. It's Italy, no Italy. Went between two trees, cried like a baby. I hate my life. Why am I here? I left. I was number one in the world in inlines. People are laughing at me. Then I came back there the next day and
I think there's 2 more.
Tony DeYoung saw me. She goes, "You still alive?" I'm like, I hate you. If I knew how to say "you know what" in Dutch, I would have. One more?
Yeah.
Man,
We ran out of water.
apparently so.
And
Where'd
I
you get
thought
it
I
from?
bought too much. Harmony's.
Oh, who went?
Lindley. I'm like, I don't know.
He's over here or just here?
Just there. Lindsay took some down already.
Okay. What are we waiting for?
They have to redo the.
Oh. Talking about how we're so far in technology, but again, we have to spend more time with something, correct? Yeah. Takes longer than you think.
Sad. Just start loading everything in a bag. Who wants
I
stuff?
need one that fits me because I've grown way too my surgeries. The other ones with the rubber,
A little squishy.
they're not like comfortable. They fit, but like I see them from like small.
I'm just gonna walk in with luggage. Just start throwing
I'll send
stuff
you my
in.
address.
Yeah.
I got you.
Everybody tell me what you want. I'll just walk in.
I only need one suit.
Yeah. Shoes, jacket. Like bills on. No, right? The team gets shoes. Under Armour.
I don't have room for it. I am waiting by
I would say so. He's on the football team. I don't know. No, the end of the month.
Are you like permanent there, or is this like a contract?
No, I'm permanently there. I got a new job offer in South Korea, so I leave at the end of the month. Yeah.
Are you ever gonna come back?
I'll come and visit.
Well, like would you ever move back?
Probably. I'm gonna work with the soccer. I don't know why I looked at him. The national soccer team. So I'll do what I do.
You know about soccer?
Nothing. I'll do what I do here, there. So all the events. So, well, no, I'm friends with the short track team and their trainer. So they were gonna hire me with the visa process. So the soccer team. So I'll go with the soccer team for 4 years and then move back over to the short track. I do.
So you're gonna go to the short track career team too? Oh, okay. I didn't know that was like a plan already.
Yeah. So I have a 4-year contract with the soccer team and then that's done. But I'm gonna do both. But that might be an issue.
That's cool.
Okay. Everybody says that, so I'm just gonna wait till you show up. No, I've just been friends with everybody, and we're all, our moms and aunts and I are all into that. Hip hop and drums. We bond over it.
there's like dust that blows in from
Yeah.
the desert.
It's more, yes and no, but in the big city it's not too bad, but they're good at it. What's that?
I want to go to the
Oh,
mountains, and
it's
I
fine up there.
don't want to spend a lot of time in the city.
It's fine up there.
Yeah, I was literally texting someone yesterday about
About
going to
visiting.
Korea and trying to get something. People may have wait all the way till early October.
April and May are the best months to go. It gets super hot in July and then it warms in September. So I was there for 2 months this last year just to get to see. I usually visited like weekend trips just to like go.
Most people, when they talk about weekend trips, they don't talk about
They're like foreign
on the
countries.
other side of the world.
Well, I mean, I didn't
A weekend trip is like going to,
like
Vegas.
yeah.
Or,
I didn't want to say it is because like you literally don't do anything. You go there, you train, and then you come home. That's me.
Well, that's exciting.
They gonna miss you though. I miss everything. I might forget about you for a little bit.
Are you really gonna miss everybody?
Yeah.
Like to go for a while? Wait to visit or to like? My boyfriend's been in Japan for over a year. He knows like emergency work and that's it. Oh yeah. So I plan on looking for a remote
If you've got your jeans.
working either for here online or getting a remote job there that it's all less remote. But if I work here, then I would just take one of his credit cards. I don't want to switch my banking and my phone.
Yeah, we're going to start. Talk to the heat box and we're good to go. Yep. All right, we have got everything settled out and we will begin races very momentarily. And by that, I mean our F final is making their way onto the ice right now. In our F men's 1,000 meter F final, in lane 1, we have skater 436 Samuel Haviker. In lane 2, we have skater 414 Leo Drossos Thompson. In lane 3, skater 409 Ian Chen. In lane 4, we have skater 447 Gabriel Hasselbeck. In lane 5, we have skater 451 Edwin Sweeney. And in lane 6, we have skater 438 Sean Lippa.
Go to the start. Ready.
We've got a blazing fast start to our F final. Looks like these kids were ready to go for these past 10 minutes. Out in front, we've got Habeker with a fast pace with a 12.46 opener, followed by Thompson, Hasselback, Chien, Lipa, and Sweeney. Pace has gotten faster, but everyone's now back in a tight pack after that explosive start with 7 laps to go. Your leader still Haviker, followed closely by Thompson, Hasselback, Chien, Lipa, and Sweeney.
5? Yeah. I'm back. 4.
Coming around 4 laps to go. Haviker still out in front, but we got a big pass up the inside from Chien to take the lead from her. Now everyone is looking to get onto Xian's lead. Thompson is chasing him down, seeing if he can make anything happen in these last 3 laps. Coming around with 2 laps to go. Your front two are out in a league of their own. Looks like Thompson makes an inside pass on Qian. Qian throws an arm out, ends up going on the inside, and takes himself out of the race for it. Thompson's out in front with a mile to spare. We've got coming up, and we've got a battle for second between Sweeney and Hasselbeck. And your unofficial winner of the men's F final is Qian, followed by Thompson, Sweeney, Hasselbeck, Lipa, and Habecker in that order. That was a wild one from start to finish.
Now he does, right? Yeah. He went through.
Now we make way to our men's E final. We got 5 skaters in this one. In lane position 1, we have skater 480, Wesley Jones. In lane 2, we have skater 473, William Wong. In lane position 4, we have skater 484, George Wheelock. In lane position 4, we have skater 475, Calvin Junhyuk Im. And lane 5, skater 407, Shubh Sharma. Skaters to the line.
Go to the start.
Is there a natural break? Like between races?
Ready.
In that case, get my computer out so I can get that baby out.
Not quite as they're supposed to start as last one, but still out there. We've got Sharma out in front, taking the lead away from Im. Everyone's standing up, settling in. No one wants to lead. Everyone wants that draft. They want to conserve as much energy for that final sprint as possible. We got 2 laps down. Right now, Sharma is your leader, followed by Im, Wong, Jones, and Wheelock. Im is making an easy slow pass up the inside on the back stretch to take that lead away from Sharma with 6 laps to go. Everyone's still waiting for this race to explode open. That moment's now, as we got Jones on the outside going from 4th or 5th to 1st. Im in 2nd place still. Wheelock following close behind. Sharma still trying to hold on to 3rd. And Wong taking up the back. Something happened to Wheelock, and now he is out of the race. We've got 3 laps to go, and Jones is in front still, followed by Im, Sharma, and Wong. Wong is able to pass Sharma on the inside to get into the 3rd place position, and now he's chasing the top 2 down. Wesley Jones is out front, coming around the north corner with 1 lap to go, creating a gap between him and Im. Wong still chasing down, and going down the backstretch to the final corner and up to the finish line. Jones will be your unofficial winner of the E final. Im in 2nd, Wong in 3rd, Sharma in 4th, and Wheelock in 5th, unofficially.
Way out here to go on the inside.
Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Unnecessary.
See what happened
Trying
when
to
he
show
stopped.
everybody his skill.
Our men's D final is getting ready to go to the starting line. In lane 1, we have skater 471, Aiden Liu. And in lane 2, we have skater 493, Ryan Shane. Lane 3, skater 427, Brandon Lau. Lane 4, skater 462 Noah Trope, and in lane 5 we have skater 440 Benjamin Sullivan.
He has a new skate. He want to try it. And they all let me feel it.
Go to the start. Ready.
Things are settling down nice and easy off the half lap and 1 lap into this race. Your early leader of the men's 1,000-meter D final is Brandon Lau, followed by Trope, Lou, Sullivan, and Shane in that order. Nice and slow is the name of the game, as Trope is making an easy pass up the inside, trying to get into a better position for that inevitable sprint that can happen at a moment's notice. Lau doesn't like that and makes a quick outside move to get back into the lead. He wants the control of this race. Trope makes an attempt and actually gets by on the inside. It's a battle for first, ladies and gentlemen, as this pace is picking up with 5 laps to go. We're going from a 10.10 second lap down to an 8.9 second lap, as Aiden Liu is your leader, followed by Sullivan, Lau, Shane, and Trope. Coming around 3 laps to go, still Liu out in front with a gap between him and the next 3. It looks like Benjamin Sullivan's getting on his tail, and Shane following Sullivan closely with 2 laps to go. Shane makes an outside pass to go from 3rd all the way up into 1st with 1 lap to go. Liu still holding on 2nd place. Sullivan battling to get to pass him in this final corner. Going up to the final corner, to the final line. Shane will finish in 1st. Sullivan will sneak into 2nd, and Liu will finish in 3rd. Lau in 4th, and Trope in 5th, unofficially. Our D final is making way off, and now our C final is making their way on to the ice. This will be our last 1,000-meter final before a resurface, where we will see the men's and women's B and A finals. In our C final, we have 5 skaters. In lane position 1, we have skater 491, Julius Kazanecki. In lane 2, skater 460, Aaron Liu. In lane position 3, we have skater 420, Albert Zhang. In lane 4, we have skater 464, Alec Skotowski. And in lane 5, we have skater 431, Seungmin Kwon.
Is there a hole somewhere? Oh.
There was no penalty in the last race. Skater 440, Benjamin Sullivan, and skater 462, Noah Trope, were shared responsibility. No penalty. Skaters to the line.
Go to the start. Ready.
Off the start, Kasanecki wins the half lap and maintains his first position with a 1 lap down and 8 laps to go. No change. Kasanecki is your leader, followed by Liu, Zhang, Skotowski, and Quan. Zhang doesn't like to sit in the back. He makes an outside move up the front stretch to go into first, followed closely by Liu. Kasanecki drops into third, and Skotowski and Quan still sitting in the fourth and fifth position with 6 laps to go. Quan was building up speed and makes a big outside move, going from last to first in just a half lap. Zhang following close behind. Little bumping happened as Zhang tries to pass Quan on the inside, but ends up falling back into last place because of it. Liu takes advantage of that opportunity and moves into first. Kasanecki falling in second, followed by Skotowski, but Kasanecki slips coming out of the corner, letting Skotowski make an easy pass to go into second place. We've got 2 laps to go in the C final, ladies and gentlemen. Aaron Liu still out in front with a gap between him and the rest of the pack. Quan moving up the inside to go into third position. Skotowski, does he have enough in the tank to catch Liu at the final line? And to the final corner, up to the line, Liu will be your unofficial winner, followed closely by Skotowski, Quan, Kasanecki, and Zhang. That will conclude our lower bracket finals for the 1,000 meter. And we're going to have a short resurface break, and we will return with our women's B final.
Short laps and then also another short lap. It's a lot.
Resurface. Resurface.
Lunch is ready, huh?
It is. Where's lunch? Where is it?
Lunch is ready.
Eat now.
In the last race, there was a penalty to skater 420, Albert Zhang. End of straight, inside skater failure to give way. Racing will resume at 2:35 with the women's B final. 2:35.
So, Chion is Albert?
His English name
Is Albert?
is Albert.
For sure.
That's what everybody calls him.
Good luck. Thanks. Win.
Fun. Be nice.
No penalties. What does he do? His normal job?
I think he's in school.
Oh, really?
His wife's here.
Who's his wife?
She's not there anymore. She used to be one of our EMTs.
Yeah. And they went up and did that nasty kiss on top of the pads. Get a room.
没有，这一轮结束了，还有一项。
We should take Chinese lessons together.
这一项结束，还有。
They probably tagged mine her back.
1500结束。1500为什么 final 还
I did set my phone. I'm not sure. Oh, that's probably why. No.
One thing I forgot. I used to do card
Oh, shoot.
for the charger, battery for the camera, for old camera. But I couldn't find the SD card this morning, so I didn't have the time to record it for the kids. I know.
Quick question. I don't know how sure my phone did this, but there shouldn't be any block in between. What happened when they just line up next to each other?
I don't know.
You see how that block between?
Oh, okay.
Usually they're touching. Did I do something wrong with here?
show that here the one option you select, but
Alright. Oh shoot.
it's like 35. 10 minutes, that's really short break. Drew's here.
Who is?
Drew Bob.
Oh yeah. I saw him yesterday. I go, what are you doing here?
你不吃啊，姐？
Didn't have the-
那你们一会儿吃啊？啊，对，下一轮，这一轮完事儿。这个决赛还是可以吃这个。
What is?
I saw that today is not delayed too much.
Oh.
No many calls, no injured, everything good.
I hope so. We have.
But the software.
Oh yeah.
Big problem.
Hope that gets fixed.
Yes.
We have something after. We have to be done by 5:45, so we can prep for the next event. No calls, no more. No more calls.
He came back for Christmas, yeah, and he's not doing skiing right now. He's a chef. He's cooking and he's just super bored. No, he finished his 2-year degree, so and he's trying to figure out. So yeah, he did that year of architecture and then the 2 years of teaching. Trying to figure out what's his He was at a ranch, and now he's in those ranches he likes so much.
You know what happened? Another skater who's cooking.
Oh,
Ryan Shank.
What about him?
Yeah.
What about him?
He's cooking. He cooks. He cooks at home. He has spent so much money on the plate, all this stuff.
Really?
Yeah, and then just have party, 8 people or something.
okay, so he cooks.
Where's that come from?
Privately at home, yeah.
Wow.
Can you see it? I can't see
Me neither.
I know.
So funny.
Same. I can never see it when they're little and they just like,
And they blow you away. I know. We gave Big Willie cooking class at Christmas, and oh my gosh, it's amazing. Such a good cook.
so whenever he comes home now he's cooking for you guys. That's so fun.
Yeah, we went up there for Thanksgiving and we cooked this.
Is it good?
It was really good. Yeah. Yeah.
That's good though, huh?
Who knew? Who knew?
He was just struggling to open it up. Where's that? Where's that?
Save the.
I wish everybody else eats.
So, the boys aren't here, are
I always trade last.
Okay. But we have a drug hunt here. Because we have crazy.
Okay, you gotta see this.
I also.
So he was not connected the second run. This was our first run this year.
And I have another.
Where?
At Stillbase.
No, next week. This coming week. This coming week.
He skipped right over snowball.
I know. I come back like 4 times.
This keeps us straight forward.
They're completely straight.
Next one? Where's that?
So great. Yeah, so the second run, he gets really frustrated when he's connected to this. He just, half of his runs, he just cries because he wants to be not connected. And so the second run, we took it off. He was like 10 yards in front of Tom, just going, like he just, like in ski school, they teach you to go like this, right? He
The
just goes
first
like
one,
this,
I was
ski
like,
straight,
I can't
just
wait.
hanging out.
Yeah.
And
But
he
then there's no,
was
I'm like, I
10 yards in front of Tom, and Tom had to race his speed the second run.
It's on like on a blue hill?
No.
That's still the bunny place? Okay.
Yeah, he
I've
like
been to a long time trying to invest in it right now.
yeah, I don't think he has the ability yet for even a longer range.
It looks big for 2.5 hours.
He's a little under average.
There was a one of them this summer that we're trying to meet together.
It doesn't matter if we never bought him skis. He would find a way to buy skis. He would find his own way at the mountain. That kid is
Okay, let's just do next time.
driven.
Get on a board or some kind of piece of wood and slide down.
Right? He told me after the second time he was there, he's like, Mom, I was snowboarding. I'm like, let's do one downhill sport this season. And we were here skating last night. He loved
Here?
that.
That's cool.
Yeah.
He's fine on skates?
Easily. And like, I mean,
Good skate? Are they sharp or are they good? You haven't
his own skates, or
Yeah.
he rented skates?
No, he got his
Oh,
own.
good.
We got him on rentals a couple weeks ago at the Ogden Ice Sheet, and I was like, oh, yeah.
6.5, 7 hours.
Whenever I see small kids, I try to get the find the sharpest ones we have. Because you're not gonna have an experience as dull as they always are.
They still have metal walkers here.
They have plastic ones, but something happened where they don't rent them out anymore, only for medical reasons.
We haven't quite.
It's very bad.
Because of the hair?
Someone, whether has issues with a limb or maybe autism or something like that, or special needs, I'm not sure. But that's caused problems as well. Like, would the people are would define,
And he's out of the house, so you guys can do something you like.
my son to use it. Sorry, we don't work it out. I'm not here for that, but I hear it in the bathroom. But people get upset when they don't work it out. But you can bring her out. Bring her around.
Okay,
Yeah, I saw the plastic one just right. Like,
Yeah. Well, they you can buy them at Walmart. And
really?
box, like,
Sorry, I thought you meant like the actual things. I was like,
yeah, they come in pieces.
really?
Yeah, you put them together.
Oh.
You skate them, and there's a family here that comes on the weekends.
Yeah.
They came with the box. They brought the box in, opened it up, put it together, kids skated, took it apart, put it back in the box, walked out.
Yeah, I should probably do that.
If you want to have a what do you call a walker? And there's one kind of like a top bar, a parallelogram or whatever, and then out the sides. And then some are bigger. Some of those full casted ones. Those are we split the middle. Have that.
Yeah, he is.
Where do you guys live?
Worley.
They also have that the ribbon.
Yeah, there's that in Bountiful and then the ice sheet up in Ogden at Weaver State, and that's about 10 minutes closer to us. Ice is horrible. That's right.
When my daughter was here the week of Christmas, we went to the ribbon skate. I could not stand up in their shorts. No, that they were brand new boots, but they were like this goes underneath my ankle. Theirs went right under here. So just stepping in it was pushing against my bone. I felt like I had needles in my ankles. I probably skated 2 laps, got off. I had to get my gloves and like roll them up and put them underneath my ankle to take the pressure away. But I don't know if people can skate on those things.
No, we did rentals once because we weren't sure how often he'll skate. He loves it, so we're just like, oh, I guess we're gonna bikes.
Skateboard yet?
Skateboard yet? No, not yet.
Bike?
Yes. Oh, he loves his bike. Yes. And he just when we go for hikes, he trail runs. He doesn't bike. He runs. Yes.
You have a leash? You have like a leash for him so you won't take off? Yeah.
No, we usually sometimes have daycare has little rings that they'll hold on to like a rope or a
Just a reminder, we're going to get started at 2:35. Races will resume at 2:35 with the women's 1,000-meter B final.
He will push us in this point.
We would bring the kids from here over to here in the summer, and they came up with different things because the kids would just wander off, right? And so it was like everybody hold a partner, then it was okay, here's the rope. Okay, let's clip you to the rope. I mean, whatever it was. It's just so funny. We're gonna tie you to the rope.
Right.
Just because they just kept taking off. Tell her about your ideas to keep the kids on a rope going from the pool to the lunches in the summer.
How do we keep the kids contained?
They all.
Use it anymore. I think they got rid of it.
Gonna use a trail of gummies.
The second I stopped helping with it, they got rid of
Gummies
it.
that lead to the big gingerbread house.
Why? What do they? How do they? Because one day there was a little kid, like literally, who broke from the group and was in the parking lot hiding behind tires, and somebody came in saying, "Now there's a little kid in the parking lot." They went and found him, and he said, he like pulled away from the group and was in the parking lot hiding.
I'm really good at hide and seek.
Parent was not happy.
Oh, yeah. Do you remember the kid that we lost for the entire day? That's why we started the rope and the jerseys, because we got them all in line and like counted them all, we called them all that and they were all there. The second we turned around to walk in, he went and climbed up a tree and we could see him. His dad came in to get him.
And races are going to resume here momentarily with the 1,000-meter women's B final. In this race, we will see number 391, Una Wilhoit, 360, Andrea Cow, 316, Zoe Lai, 358, Elizabeth Roadhamel, and 327, Elizabeth Zaxiolo.
Go to the start. Ready.
And we are underway with a clean start. Going right into the lead is Isabella, followed closely by Andrea Cow. Nice steady pace to start this race off with. Not too slow, not too quick. We'll see in this B final who needs the points, who wants to move up, who's going to animate this race as it's staying nice and steady now. A little bit of movement, seeing Cow move up to the front. It's Cow and Wilhoit now. Not for long. It's Cow back to the front. It's Cow, Lai, and Wilhoit. 1, 2, 3 with Roadhommel pursuing in fourth. Coming out of the corner, they're looking at 4 laps to go. This is going to start to heat up now. Still defending nicely and holding on to lead is Cow. It's Cow and Wilhoit. Cow, Wilhoit, Roadhommel. 1, 2, 3 with 3 laps to go. Cow and Wilhoit. Wilhoit looking for some speed, getting a move on the outside. Wilhoit into the lead. It's Wilhoit, Cow, Roadhommel now into second. Wilhoit, Roadhommel, Cow, 1, 2, 3. Coming out of this corner is the bell lap. It is still Una Wilhoit and Roadhommel on the inside. They stay on their feet. Here we go to the line. And I'm not going to call that. That was a close one. We'll see what the officials sort out and photo finish tells us here shortly.
Remy, you have a picture of Sage on your cheerleading on your phone?
Yes.
Trying to capture this image in my head.
Women's 1,000-meter A final is coming up. As we wait for the officials to sort out the last race, we will introduce our A final. In this race, number 336, Julie Lataille. 325, Grace Lee. 338, Louisiana Stahl. 347, Cameron Lute. And 314, Eunice Lee.
Holy cow. What school? Is that her right there?
Yeah, in the video, yeah.
Is that it?
So funny.
Yeah. Man. Yeah, cool.
Right? You know, she grew up so much. Yeah, she's so funny. She's so, like,
You just don't notice it yourself the same way.
she's like, she's like a fire dragon.
That's impressive.
Looks like the officials are reviewing the last race through our instant replay. Hopefully hear from them shortly to get a status update on the B final. Meanwhile, we've got our A final on the ice, ready to go.
This totally changes the racing without the top 2 girls here. completely different dynamic, right? You guys eat yet? You guys eat yet?
I had some food.
Did you eat? Did you guys eat?
Did you eat?
Eat up. What is the lunch? With chicken?
I didn't even look. Let's see.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the last race, we had a disqualification to skater number 358, Elizabeth Roadhamel, for S8, which is end of the straight. Inside skater failure to give way. And to skater number 327, that is Isabella Zacciolo for S1, in the straight, lane change from outside to in.
But if you have to go pick it up and put it out, we need to deliver. It's a bit easier, but it's more expensive.
Position 4, zip up, please. Go to the start. Ready.
And we're off into the first corner with a clean start as they come out. This is the A final, the women's 1,000 meters. Looking at Eunice Lee. Oh, we're mixing it up here. Just as I start announcing, they start passing. It looks like Louisiana Stahl out in the lead, followed by Eunice Lee and Julie Latai, Cameron Lute, and Grace Lee. 7 laps to go. This is kind of an intermediate race. We can see it real fast from the beginning or a little slower, but Julie Latai is not wasting any time. She's getting herself right to the front, as she should, with Cameron Lute now battling for that coveted first place position. Being up in front of this race early on is beneficial. Cameron Lute, Julie Latai, Eunice Lee, Louisiana Stahl, and Grace Lee now moving up into 4th place. 4 laps to go. It's Lute and Latai. 1-2 as Latai makes a clean move around the inside. It's Latai in first, Lee in second, Lute in third, Lee in fourth, and Stahl in 5th. Still Latai and Lee, 1-2, followed by Lute. It's Latai, Lee, Lute, Stahl. Bell lap, Latai and Lee out in front, but it's a battle for 3rd place. It's Cameron Lute's fighting strong, taking that 3rd place spot. Latai, Lee, and Lute unofficially in that race.
Maybe. I don't know.
And we find our officials back over at the instant replay. So we'll hold as they review that. In the meantime, let's introduce you to the 1,000-meter men's B final. In this race, number 429, Jonathan So. 416, Xavier Lawrence. 449, Justin Liu. And 418, Sean Shui.
2 Olympics ago.
8, 10 years ago. It happened in Marquette, Michigan. Olympic trials that year.
Ladies and gentlemen, in that last race, there was a penalty to skater number 347, Cameron Lute, for S3 in the straightaway arm block. And with that, we will be calling our men's 1,000-meter B final to the start line.
Go to the start. Ready.
Justin Liu with that quick first step, getting him out to the lead. But Sean Shui wants a piece of that lead. Getting positioned up in front of this race early on is going to be very beneficial to you as an athlete. Everyone has a different strategy they go after, but it is Shui and Liu, followed by So and Lawrence. 8 laps to go. A nice relaxed pace here. Don't see that lasting for very long. This is going to get animated and animated quickly as these 9 laps disappear off the lap board quickly. And So moves into the lead with a gentle inside move. It's So and Shui, followed by Lawrence and Liu.
That was.
Justin Liu slides up the inside, relaxed pass into second place. It's So, Liu, Lawrence, and Shui. Coming out of the corner, we're going to start applying more pressure. 3 laps to go. So picks the pace up, trying to pull away from his opposition. It is So and Liu. So, Liu, Lawrence, and Shui. At these speeds, it's very hard to make passes, so you'll see the move by Sean Shui on the inside there to take over third place. It's So and Liu. Will Liu challenge Jonathan So in this half lap? So shuts him down coming through the final turn. It's Jonathan So, Justin Liu, it's Sean Shui. Those are your unofficial results. We'll wait for the officials to review their notes, perhaps take a look at the video replay area again. Make sure what they have in their notes is what actually happened so we can make accurate calls in these races.
Should be a screen set up so you can see what the live feed is seeing so you can talk about it from the live feed. Like that kind of stuff. You know? Because no one over there is commentating on the live feed, right? It's just camera. They can hear you. They can hear me. Val. There should be a button here I can go. Talk to everybody there. Here it comes. I mean, not.
Ladies and gentlemen, that last race, there was a penalty to skater number 418, Sean Shui, for S2 in the straight lane change from inside to out. Up now, we have the A final of our men's 1,000 meter in this race. 4:05, Brandon Kim. 4:58, Andrew Hio. 4:53, Wesley Park. 4:42, Caleb Park. And 4:69, Marcus Howard.
Go to the start. Ready.
And it's an aggressive start out of this A final. No one's messing around here on this one. Everybody knows the front is where you want to be, and they're going to be battling for that the whole 9 laps. Coming out into the lead early, Caleb Park asserts his dominance over the field, taking over that #1 spot. Andrew Hio, Brandon Kim, Wesley Park, and Marcus Howard round out the field with 6 laps to go. That early aggression has seemed to stabilize a little bit as we get through the middle part of that race, but don't expect that to last long as we've got Brandon Kim moving on the inside of Andrew Hio to take over second place. It's Park, Kim, Hio, Park, and Howard lurking in the back as they come out of this corner. They're going to be looking at 3 laps to go, and I'm going to expect a little bit of excitement as we keep this going. Or does Park, is he keeping too much pressure on to make a move behind him? It's 2 laps to go now. Park, Kim, Hio, Park, and Howard. Park in the lead, and Kim now with a beautiful outside pass to take over the lead. It's Kim and Park holding off all opposition, but it looks like at the line, Marcus Howard lurking in the back. The whole race comes in to pull that second place spot. So we'll say Kim, Howard, and Park 1, 2, 3, but we'll wait for our officials. Looks like it's a clean race. So we'll get, that'll be the end. We'll do a resurface break now, and we'll restart at 3:30. Nice even. 3:30 is when races will resume. Oops, sorry about that. Our calculators were wrong down here. We're going 3:20. 3:20, we're going to resume racing with the men's 1,500 meter quarterfinals.
We got till 5:45. That's all I'm saying.
And we are just 2 minutes away from the start of racing. 2 minutes from the start, we're going to resume with our men's 1500 quarterfinals. And they're coming onto the ice. We are ready to go in this first 1500 meter quarterfinal race. In this race, we have number 429, Jonathan So, 449, Justin Liu, 440, Benjamin Sullivan, 431, Sungmin Kwon, 436, Sam Habacker, and 460, Aaron Liu. And we are off to a leisurely start here in this 1500 meter, 13 and a half laps around the track here in this quarterfinal race. In these races, we're going to be picking to move on to the next round. We're going to be taking the top 4 plus the fastest 1 out of all of them. So after everyone who qualified gets in, the top 4s in each race, we'll take the next fastest time. So if you're one of those athletes who thinks you're looking for one of the faster times, you probably want to get this race going a little bit faster than this one. In the front, it's Jonathan So, Justin Liu, Sam Habecker, Sungmin Kwon, Benjamin Sullivan, and Aaron Liu makes a nice little slide into second place. Trying not to disrupt things too much, but Justin Liu responds back. Moving up in the first, it's Liu So. Liu, 1, 2, 3. Habecker lurking in fourth place, plotting his move. As we come out of the corner with 8 laps to go, it's Liu So, Liu, Habecker. As we come around, Jonathan So with a quick acceleration slides onto the inside. A lot of these moves are just positioning moves because being up at the front of the race is where you want to be in something like this. So they try to position themselves, just slide up the inside or outside, making gentle moves. Try not to disturb things too much. Don't want to get too aggressive too early in this race. It's a long race. As we see Aaron Liu on the outside into first, it's Liu So, Liu. As they slowly apply more and more pressure as this race ticks on. It's Aaron Liu and Jonathan So back into the inside taking over. It's So and Liu, 1, 2, So, Liu, Liu. 1, 2, 3. Sungmin Kwan in 4th and Benjamin Sullivan in 5th place. 1 lap to go. Remember, it's top 4 plus 1. So Ben Sullivan's going to be looking for a fast time here. Although it was close at the end. We'll have to wait for photo finish on that one for that 4th place spot. With that whistle, that ends that race, and we're going to move on to heat number 2 of the 1,500 meter quarterfinals. In this race, we have number 405, Brandon Kim, 471, Aiden Liu, 491, Julius Kazanecki, 464, Alex Sklotovsky, 414, Leo Thompson, 473, William Wang, and 447, Gabriel Hasselback. Seven skaters in this race. We'll see what their strategy is, if they're going to go calm and slow to start this one off. Looks like it is, as Alex Sklotovsky takes the lead early, but is content to keep this at a leisurely pace. It's Sklotovsky and Thompson 1-2. Doesn't seem like anyone's too hungry for that final qualifying spot that comes off time. They're all looking like they're going through one of those top 4 places. That'll get you right through. You don't have to wait. Get through in the top 4 and you're moving on. 10 laps to go. We're starting to see something resembling more speed skating positions here. The speed isn't quite speedy just yet, but that will come with 10 laps to go as we start battling for those front row seats. Up at the front is where we want to be in this race. Aiden Liu now into the lead over Sklotovsky. It's Liu, Sklotovsky, Leo Drosos Thompson with a smart move, bringing him into the front. It's Thompson, Liu, Sklotovsky, Kazanecki now into the lead. It's Kazanecki, Thompson, Liu, Sklotovsky. 6 laps to go. We're starting to apply more pressure. Kazanecki and Thompson 1 and 2 in the driver's seats right now. Everyone else is going to have to figure out a way to get by them if they want one of those top spots. It's Kazanecki and Thompson 1, 2, Liu in 3rd. Kazanecki and Liu now into 2nd place, but on the outside, Brandon Kim comes in to take over the lead. It's Kim, Kazanecki, Liu, Sklotovsky, 1, 2, 3, 4. Those are the qualifying spots. Sklotovsky goes into 3rd. It's Kim, Kazanecki, Sklotovsky, Liu, Thompson, Wang. As they come out of the corner, they're going to be looking at 1 lap to go. So we get a move by Wang on the inside. It's Kim, Sklotovsky. Sklotovsky now in the last corner. It's Sklotovsky, Kim, Liu, and Kazanecki unofficially moving on. Quarterfinal number 3 is stepping onto the ice. In this race, we will see number 458 Andrew Hio, 442 Caleb Park, 427 Brandon Lau, 480 Wesley Jones, 451 Edwin Sweeney, and 438 Sean Lippa. Andrew Hio right to the front, controlling the pace. This is one of those paces where he's kind of welcoming anyone who wants to go around him to make that move. Slowly, little bit of acceleration from Brandon Lau, not content with the pace, wanting to speed it up a little bit. Edwin Sweeney knows he needs to be at the front of this race, get the others to move around him. You're at the front, you're dictating the pace. It's Sweeney and Lau, 1-2, Lippa into third. Jones in behind him in fourth. Hio and Park patrolling the back of the race right now. 9 laps to go. Sweeney still at the front. It's Sweeney and Lau, Lippa and Jones. Sweeney, Lau, Lippa, Jones currently in those qualifying spots, with Hio and Park just outside the qualifying spots right now, but there's still 7 laps to go. We're going to see this pace slowly build up as we go. Sweeney still in control, making this race his race. If you want a spot, you got to get around him. And just like that, Lau moves around him. It's Lau, Sweeney, Jones, Lippa, Hio now into 4th place. 5 laps to go. It's Lau, Jones, and on the outside, Hio now into the lead. It's Hio, Lau, Park on the inside into the lead. It's Park, Hio, Lau, Jones, Sweeney, Lippa. 3 laps to go. These athletes want to put just enough effort forward to get them into the next round. Don't want to exert too much energy because they've got a couple more of these. If everything goes right, they got a couple more of these this afternoon. Park and Hio, 1-2, 1 lap to go. Park, Hio, Lau, and Jones. Coming out of the corner. Hio slides up the inside. It's Hio, Park, Lau, and Jones unofficially moving on. Two more races before we'll break for ice resurface. Two more races in these 1,500-meter quarterfinals, picking the top 4 plus 1. First 3 races so far have been relatively slow pace. So we'll see if these next 2 heats we're watching, and if someone in here wants to pick the pace up a little bit to help get them that fastest 5th place spot, that'll move them in. In heat 4 of 5, we've got number 469, Marcus Howard. 416, Xavier Lawrence. 462, Noah Trope. 495, Daniel Yoon. 420, Qingyan Zhang. Number 484, George Wheelock. Marcus Howard leaping out into the early lead. Not for long as George Wheelock comes over the top. It's Wheelock and Howard. Wheelock, Howard, Trope, Lawrence. Those are our qualifying positions, but it's still early. Anything can happen. As I'm sure we will see Daniel Yoon and Qiyuan Zhang not content to stay at the back of the race. Wheelock, Howard, and Trope, 1, 2, 3. As we're ticking off the laps. As I said, this race is very strategic, and especially in a quarterfinal round. We've still got 2 more rounds to go after this for those who are moving on. And you don't want to exert, you want to exert just the minimum amount of energy you can in order to get through. Any more than that could harm you in subsequent rounds. With 8 laps to go, here's some blades moving, some bodies moving now as Howard slides around the inside, feeling the pressure from Yoon. Seeing him on the outside, making that move. It's Howard, Yoon, and Lawrence now applying the pressure with 6 laps to go. Howard, Yoon, Lawrence, Zhang is starting to become active in this race. It's Howard, Lawrence, Zhang, Yoon, Trope, and Wheelock. Marcus Howard controlling this pace with 3 laps to go. Trying to keep it at a pace that makes a pass a little bit hard for the people behind him. Remember, it's the top 4 that move on, plus the next fastest one. So George Wheelock's gonna wanna really put some pressure in here to try to get that time. This is probably one of the faster ones, as it's Howard, Lawrence, Yoon, Howard, Lawrence, Yoon, and Trope. Howard, Lawrence, Yoon, and Trope unofficially moving on. We'll wait to see if George Wheelock had the speed to push through. And with that, we're bringing on the fifth and final men's 1500 meter quarterfinal race. In this event, we will see 418 Sean Schwei, 493 Ryan Shane, 453 Wesley Park, 409 Ian Chien, 475 Calvin Yoon Hook Im, and 407 Shub Sharma. Ian Chien into the early lead. It's Chien and Sharma. Chien, Sharma, and Yoon Hook Im. This is a blistering pace in comparison to what we've been seeing here. This is going to be a great race. These guys get it. These guys know that it's not going to take much to get that fastest time. And putting a little pressure on early in this race is what they're looking to do. Chien and Yoon Hook Im. Shub Sharma into second. Chien Shub Sharma. 8 laps to go. Wesley Park doesn't want to mess around at this pace in the back, so he's taken over at the lead. It's Park, Shui, and Ryan Shane. Park, Shui, Shane, 1, 2, 3. Ian Chien in 4th qualifying position. 5 laps to go. Again, trying to do just what's necessary as Calvin Yoon Hook Im takes over that 4th place spot from Chien now. With 3 laps to go, Ryan Shane not content with his position or the pace. So he goes to the front and says, let's pick this pace up a little bit. I hear blades clacking behind me. I don't like that. It's Shane and Park. Shane, Park, Shui. 1, 2, 3. Calvin Yoon Hook Im in that 4th place position with 1 lap to go, trying to hold on to it as he's being pursued by Ian Chien. Through the line, Ryan Shane, the dramatic finish, cementing his place as the winner of that heat. Unofficially, of course, we'll wait for the officials to sort that out. We're just out here having fun. And we're going to go to a Zamboni break now. We'll wait for the officials to take a look at that last race. Looks like they want another angle of that. But looking ahead, we're going to do a track resurface. We'll figure out what time we're restarting here momentarily. After that, we're going to move on to the women's 1,500 meter semifinals, followed right up by the men's 1,500 meter semifinals. And then I think this is a pretty enlightened crowd that we've got here. After that, we'll do a resurface break, and then will come the finals as we progress through. Restart time is 4:02. 4:02, we will restart racing. for those of you who may be looking for something to do until 4:02. On the south ice sheet right now, we've got a hockey game going where our commentator from earlier in the day, Olympian Ryan Pivarato, and long track speed skating Olympian Mitch Whitmore are doing battle in probably the third period at this point. Surely it's a close game as the Blades of Glory, which is the name of their team, they're the dark jerseys, Blades of Glory, are out there battling with some sort of dog opponent. I couldn't get the name of them, but it's a great game. If you want to take a look, take a watch over there, cheer on our Olympians, Ryan Pivarato and Mitch Whitmore, as they play a little stick and puck.
Mic check 1 2. Test shot coming up. Test shot.
And we are just 5 minutes from the start of racing. 5 minutes. For those of you who are interested in the Blades of Glory, the score of the Blades of Glory hockey team featuring Ryan Pivorato and Mitch Whitmore, they are currently losing, and it's not too good over there. It's fueled really, from what I just saw, by a lack of back checking and really unimpressive offense at this point. But I will say they're probably in better shape than most of the others, so hopefully they come on strong as we enter the third period now.
The internet wouldn't lie to me.
Well,
Would it?
hate to break it to you.
Okay. Now I can see where you live.
See this.
And we are just 1 minute from the start of racing. We are going to resume with the women's 1500 meter semifinals. We've got 3 of them coming up. And in each of these races, we're going to be going to the finals. So if you want to make the A final in one of these races, you got to be in the top 2 positions or have the next fastest time out of the 3. So if you finish 3rd place in one of these races, you're not necessarily out as long as you keep it speedy in the beginning of the race, so you can make sure that's a fast time. Once again, we are picking 2 plus 1 to move on to the A final. Don't forget, we've got subsequent B, C, D finals as well. But before we get there, the first race will feature number 314, Eunice Lee, 347, Cameron Lute, 380, Selena Sue, 360, Andrea Cow, and 316, Zoe Lai.
Go to the start. Ready.
And we're off to a nice public skate in this race. Cameron Lute taking the strategic early lead as everyone's just kind of sizing each other up, seeing who wants to do what. Is anyone interested in that front spot? It's almost as if Lute is daring someone to pass her, take over this lead early in this race. This is a long race. For anyone who has never done this race, this is a long one. And this strategy of going a little easier early can definitely pay off with a very rapid finish. Often animated, exciting finish we see when we look at a pace like this. It's Lute, Lee, Sue, Lai, and Cow. Kind of ticking the laps off, expending minimal energy. Looks like we had an attempted pass by Cow on Lai there, but Lai shut her down. Or Cow hit the brakes, not sure which one. No one wants to unveil their strategy too early in this race. Except for Andrea Cow with the powerful outside pass, followed by Selena Sue, Cameron Lute, Eunice Lee, and Zoe Lai. 9 laps to go, 8.5 at this point. It's Cow, Sue, Lute, Lee, and Lai. Slowly, Andrea wants to command the pace of this race. Andrea Cow saying, if you want to get through, you've got to go by me because I want to get through to this A final. It's Andrea Cow, Selena Sue, Zoe Lai, Cameron Lute, Eunice Lee. 6 laps to go in this race. Andrea Cow slowly applying the pressure, slowly turning the vice on this group behind her, saying, I'm not going to make this easy on you all to pass me. As Selena Sue works over the top because she couldn't go on the inside. It's Sue Lute now, and over the top into first place. It's Lute, Sue, Lee. Cow and Sue down into the corner. Getting up, it's Cameron Lute, Eunice Lee, Zoe Lai, Andrea Cow. Zoe Lai slides up the inside on Eunice Lee into second place. It's Cameron Lute and Zoe Lai, Eunice Lee. Eunice Lee is not happy with that as she says, I'm going to take the outside route. Too tight on the inside. It's Eunice Lee opening a gap. Those outside passes require so much speed. You'll often see this gap open after you make one, but it is Lee Lute. Moving on to the A final, unofficially, Zoe Lai hoping to pick up that fastest spot, but based off the early pace of that race, we'll have to wait and see. Selena Sue is finishing up her laps after that fall. That concludes semifinal number 1 of the women's 1500 meters. As they slow down, catch their breath, and exit the ice, we will welcome number 325, Grace Lee, 338, Louisiana Stahl, 305, Michelle Yee, 369, Samantha Scheffler, and 327, Isabella Zacciolo.
Wait, are we on the men or the girl? That's not it.
Go to the start. Ready.
Isabella Zaxiolo knows what she wants to do, and she gets out to that early pace, keeping the pace up a little bit faster. She watched the first race, and she knows that as of right now, it's not going to take much to get that third place fastest time that moves on to the A final. So she's going to take it into her own hands and push the pace early. It's Zaxiolo, followed by Scheffler. Stahl and Lee, followed by Yi. It's Zaxiolo, still Zaxiolo, Scheffler. Just putting a little bit of pressure on early at this race is going to make all the difference in seeing if that third fastest time will come out of here. Michelle Yi slips up to the inside. It's Yi, Stahl, Lee, Scheffler, Zaxiolo. Still Michelle Yi, Louisiana Stahl, Grace Lee, Samantha Scheffler. 6 laps to go. This has been a great pace the whole time. As we come out with 5 laps to go, start to see a little bit of movement here. Still Michelle Yi, Louisiana Stahl, and Grace Lee. Stahl and Lee are content to let Michelle set the pace here. As Grace Lee comes up the inside, it's Grace Lee, Michelle Yi, Louisiana Stahl. These inside passes, really tricky as we get to the corner, squeezing it in. It's Grace Lee, Louisiana Stahl, Michelle Yi. As Louisiana Stahl goes down coming out of the corner, it's Grace Lee and Michelle Yi in the qualifying spot. And Isabella Zaxiolo looking to have that work pay off that she put in early in this race to see if she can get that fastest time moving her into the A final. We'll have to wait and see. As we have Louisiana Stahl still finishing out the race here. On her last lap. Now that race was hands down faster than the first one. So it's looking good for Isabella Zaxiolo if those results stand as called. We'll see if this third semifinal was paying attention. If they watched that last race and how they'll respond to that. As qualifying for that A final, lots of points to be had there. And competing in this last semifinal will be 336 Julie Lataille, 391 Una Wilhoit, 358 Elizabeth Roadhamel, 349 Caroline Anderson, and 303 Kyunggun Jang. And that whistle calls the racers to the start.
Go to the start. Ready.
Now we'll see how this one pans out as we take a calm, calculated start to this race. Now these slower starts, really very strategic. Looks like these athletes are saying, I'm not concerned with that +1. I'm gonna put myself in the top 2. That's what I'm racing for in this one. And that's what we see as Kyunggun Jang controls the front of this race. Una Wilhoit close behind in second, Caroline Anderson. Rode Hamill and Latai round out the field. Caroline Anderson heads to the front. It's Anderson and Jang. 1-2, touch of the blades makes everybody nervous as Anderson still holds on to the lead. It's Anderson and Wilhoit, Jang, Rodehammel, and Latai. Eight laps to go. We've got a steady pace set by Caroline Anderson. Challenging the field at the front as she slowly tightens the vise and applies pressure. She can hear that noise behind her and starts to turn it up a little bit more as she wants to stay in the front in that qualifying position with 6 laps to go. It's Anderson and Wilhoit, 1-2. In the qualifying positions, we'll see if Jang, Rodehammel, or Latai want to challenge. And here comes Latai, moving her on the outside into the lead. It's Latai and Wilhoit. Latai, Wilhoit, Jang, Rodehammel, and Anderson. Out of the corner, Latai is stretching the lead on Wilhoit and Jang. Remember, top 2 + 1 move on. We'll have to wait to see what the time is on this race, but it started rather slow with 2 laps to go. Latai is in a commanding lead now. It's Latai, Wilhoit, Jang, and Rodehammel battling it out for that second A final qualifying position. Setting things up for this last and final corner as we come through. Will it stay the same as Latai crosses easy, but at the finish line, it looks like Wilhoit was able to hang on. And again, we'll see what happens when the results are official, and we'll see what happens for that A final once we add in the fastest time. And of course, for those of us on the crowd and watching live on YouTube, remember that just because you didn't get one of those top 2 spots, everyone's getting seeded into a final in these races. So there's lots of racing still to come as we move right into the men's semifinals. After watching them compete earlier in the quarterfinals, we have now narrowed it down to 3 semifinals for the men. In these semifinals, we will also be picking 2 + 1 to move into the A final. 2 + 1 moving into the A final out of these races. And in this first 1500 meter, we're going to see 7 skaters. Number 418, Sean Shui. 469, Marcus Howard. 462, Noah Trope. 460, Aaron Liu. 471, Aiden Liu. 458, Andrew Hio. And 480, Wesley Jones.
Go to the start. Ready.
Marcus Howard jumping out early like he did in the quarterfinal, getting up to the front early. Doesn't want to mess around with the back of this race. Neither does Sean Shui. or Andrew Hio in the top 3 spots. It's Shui, Howard, Hio, Noah Trope in there. These semifinals, things are getting a little more serious as Trope makes a big outside move, gapping the field. It's Trope, Hio, Shui, Trope, Hio, Howard, Shui, Lu Jones. Trope still stretching it out. Sean Shui tries to bridge the gap a little bit. Andrew Hio's not happy with how quick that's happening. It's Trope, Hio, Shui, Jones, Howard, Jones, Howard, too wide on the backstretch. It's Hio and Trope as Jones comes in, knocking Shui down. Shakes the field up, but in the front remains unaffected. That's the advantage of being up towards the front of these races, is staying out of that risky business as we see passes happen. It's Hio, Trope, Howard, Hio, Howard, Trope, and Aiden Liu. Hio, Howard, Trope, Aiden Liu. As we saw Jones, Aaron Liu, and Sean Shui fall victim to that pass. Again, we got some passing desperation moving on here as Hio and Howard stretch it out. Hio and Howard in those qualifying spots. Trope trying to get that fast time. It's Hio, Howard, Trope, and Liu coming through that final turn. That's how it will remain. We'll sort it out with the officials here as we see these athletes finishing up their races. Keep in mind, they're still trying to qualify for B, C, D finals. So how you finish and how you fight through this final laps means something. As they come through, looks like that. And that whistle signals the end of the race. We'll let the officials sort that out. I get a feeling they might visit the instant replay monitor, or perhaps they have enough information from what they saw on their own to confirm, but we'll see. That's why we have instant replay, to make sure that we get calls correct. But that was a interesting race. Saw lots of passing. That's what we happen as the finals, as we progress through the rounds here. The stakes get higher and higher with every round, and there we have it. Our head official, Al Johnson, heading over to the instant replay booth to take a closer look. As semifinal 1 exits the ice, and our officials review that race to make sure they see if any wrongdoing was had in those passes. We'll welcome semifinal number 2 onto the ice. In this race, we will see 493 Ryan Shane, 453 Wesley Park, 416 Xavier Lawrence, 495 Daniel Yoon, 431 Sungmin Kwong, 449 Justin Liu, and 491 Julius Kazanecki. And we have just gotten word from our officials. There were 2 penalties in that last race. Number 460, Aaron Liu, C5 in the corner, contact from behind. Number 462, Noah Trope, S1 in the straight lane change from outside to in. And we will also see number 418, Sean Shui, advance to the B final. Although we are still reviewing one final thing, looking for confirmation. All right, and we are complete and ready to go with semifinal number 2. For those of you, it's been a little bit since we initially announced them, so we'll reintroduce them. 493, Ryan Shane. 453, Wesley Park. 416, Xavier Lawrence. 495, Daniel Yoon. 431, Sungmin Kwon. 449, Justin Liu. And 491, Julius Kazanecki.
Go to the start. Ready.
All right, let's get the party started. Justin Liu wasting no time, catching the rest of the field off guard as he gaps him initially. And Ryan Shane works to bring things back together. It's Justin Liu, Xavier Lawrence. No. It's Wesley Park. Wesley Park, Justin Liu, Ryan Shane, Xavier Lawrence. Nice pace. This is a good pace to see at early on as we jockey for positions. Remember, the front of the race is where you want to be, staying out of those desperation passes that we see coming at the end of races like we saw in the last event. Keeping yourself up towards the front is going to keep you safe as we continue to see Wesley Park demonstrate that. Wesley Park, Justin Liu, Ryan Shane, they know what the deal is. They know where to be in this race. That has 6 laps to go now. Still, Park, Liu, Shane, Lawrence. Yoon, not content, slides up. Liu down in the corner as the pressure is applied. It's Park, Shane, Yoon, Lawrence. Park, Shane, Yu, Lawrence, and then a gap to Kazanecki and Sungmin Kwon, who's involved in that fall. Remember, it's 2+1 moving on, so this race is far from over as Shane and Lawrence go down. Kazanecki coming into 3rd place now. We've got 2 up at the front. Top 2 move on, plus the fastest time. This has been a quick one. We got to get Kazanecki to this finish line, see if he can pick up that 3rd spot. Absolute carnage on the track right now as Park and Yoon unofficially qualify into the A final. Kazanecki will have to wait. If all things remain even, we'll see him at least in the B final. As we got lots of people finishing up here, our lap counters are working overtime, earning that delicious volunteer lunch we had earlier. Justin Liu comes around on his last lap.
Oops.
We are going to sort this one out as our officials work through this. The stakes are high, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, the progression of races, semifinals, everyone's battling to get into that A final and wants a piece of it. As our officials, Al Johnson heads over to the video replay booth. Al and Al checking things out, making sure the calls are good. And we want to get this sorted out properly so that we can make sure the right people make it into the right races. So we'll have some calls coming up here momentarily. But until then, the third semifinal is on the ice. And in this race, we will see 475 Calvin Yoon-Hook Im, 409 Ian Chien, 429 Jonathan So, 464 Alex Sklotowski, 405 Brandon Kim, 442 Caleb Park, and 427 Brandon Lau. Lots of head nodding by our officials over there, looking for consensus on the calls. Once we know what they are, we will let you know what they are. As our officials consult with video replay, our track stewards, making sure the ice is ready for this next race, mending any holes or gouges we may have, making sure the track is set in the right place. As we shift the track up and down on the ice to vary the tracks, make sure we're giving fresh ice all the time. We're starting to get some preliminary calls in, and I'll have those for you shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, we just heard from our chief referee, Al Johnson. In the last race, there was a penalty to number 493, Ryan Shane, C1. In the corner, lane change from outside to in. And we will also see number 416, Xavier Lawrence, advance to the B final. And number 449, Justin Liu, advance to the A final.
Go to the start. Ready.
And this early part of the race, as we jockey for position, people sort out where they want to be in the field. We see early on Brandon Lau jumping out to the lead. It's Brandon Lau. Lots of movement early in this race. Jonathan So into lead. It's So and Kim. Caleb Park. Park, So, Kim, and Lau. We are picking 2 moving on to the A final. 2 moving on to the A final now. As Lau slides on the outside, tries to do the outside inside, but that door is closed. We'll try again next time. Caleb Park in the lead. It's Park, Lau, and Park. Park, Lau, So. Park, Lau, So, Kim. It's been a steady pace all the way through. Park, Lau, So, Kim, Sklitovsky. As we're pushing the pace, looking to qualify, those top 2 are going on to the A final. Next 2 got B final and C final as we go through, but really not messing around. Powerful move on the outside. 429, Jonathan So. It's So and Kim Park. So, Kim, Park. 1, 2, 3. So and Kim looking to button up that A final as they stretch the lead. It's So and Brandon Kim. Caleb Park, Alex Sklitovsky. 3, 4. As we slowly finish this race, that is going to conclude our semifinal round. And we are going to move along now and take a resurface break before we move on to our finals. Our finals will begin at 4:50, 4:50. We will resume our finals. For those who are interested in our Olympian Ryan Preverato and Mitch Whitmore's hockey game, I think they ended up losing 1,000,000-1. It wasn't good when I was over there, but that's why they're speed skaters and they were not hockey players. They're very, very fast out there, that's for sure, but their stick handling skills need to be worked on still. So we will resume racing at 4:50 with the men's and women's 1,500 meter finals.
she don't work for the owner. Yeah. No, I kept letting her go. She won't eat it. And I was like, bold choice. Thanks, Karen. Sometimes just start talking altogether. Oh, we're at a pet shop. Even upstairs too. Okay. Then we'll buy something. I can. I'll get the credit card from mine.
Pass my computer.
Yeah.
Test shot.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to push start time back 5 minutes. We're going to push the start time back 5 minutes. Races will resume at 4:55. 4:55, races will resume.
See? You talk too slow.
Yeah. I know you did. No. Maybe. That's the only thing he's lost. Oh, really? Twice now. Yeah, so you guys play that or? Yeah, we don't play. I think it's so far. We don't play very good. It's still a lot of maybe 4 or 5 people play. They're pretty good. They've been around a lot.
That's the very, very bad.
Yeah, I remember that one, yeah. Remember that. That's brilliant. I mean, think about it. You know, they did it right into the river. Somebody actually did see the one they saw my leg was a little heavy, but a place where it should be. Teddy thought that was straight. After she disappeared, that was definitely kind of morning Friday. Where the authorities Friday started sleeping. Saturday morning, VIP Saturday.
I thought he said
We're off the cell. We're short.
Out in the remote area.
Yeah.
Like if I said, shot it on wood chipper, shot it into the river.
One week on.
Sounded like cold. That part of Fargo. Oh, yeah.
But when you think about it, people like the only other way again, there's a couple places in Utah where there was one a couple years ago that they never found her body. They know that took her out.
That's what I did it.
Dumped her body down the river. There's tons of mine shafts out in the west desert that they're abandoned and boarded up and nobody lives there. But he ended up killing himself and his 2 kids. He blew his house up. A social worker went to check on him.
You know what? That story I remember too.
Yeah, it was Howells.
Yeah.
Stephen Howell.
It was a nice house in a nice neighborhood.
Yeah, yeah. They were from Seattle. They killed his wife here. They moved back to Seattle. They were pulling out the thing. Well, that's not bad. That's fine. And then the son killed himself with his 2 kids.
Oh, you put a lot of time in there. I was born in 03.
Now my back is starting to get
Same here. I was doing some stretching exercise on that last heat. I was like, oh.
I'll get to the hotel and maybe go hit the roller. I won't hit the hot tub, but I'll do the roller at the gym. You do that roller
to roll on that foam thing, and I could just feel everything going in. Pop, 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 pop. Every time I've ever brought a suit, I've never used it. So the times that I've wanted to use the hot tub, I didn't have a suit.
Doesn't rain.
You're gonna maintain that until
Right.
Sunday. Bring it down. But we used to stop the street out all yesterday too. So. Kind of forgot about public. So it was an all-day thing. We put up the change the mix right here. Oh shit! We're open. Whoops! Our bad.
That's got to be so frustrating for Craig.
I just saw Lindsay again. I don't know where she is.
Yeah, when you're taking shots, you're doing a lot of races. Experiment where you want to be. Stand back.
That's the hard side of hitting one.
Stand closer, kind of figure out where you want to be hitting. No, but I mean when you're I worked with a guy that stood one starting line behind. So he could see the arm movement. Yeah, there's all different ways. There's nothing.
All right, it is go time. We are going to get started with the men's 1,500 meter finals.
That's not right.
Pause. We are going to pause. Just triple checking everything to make sure we get everyone in the right spot. As our team looks through the races to make sure everyone made it into their right final.
Yes.
We had some very exciting men's semifinal races with a couple penalties here, a couple advancements there. Once we start doing that stuff, the math gets a little more complicated, and it is absolutely imperative that we get it correct. So we've got our team over here working and double checking, triple checking to make sure the math is correct. We carried the ones, we divided appropriately, we multiplied and squared everything up.
I'm surprised.
All right, it's party time now. I promise you, we are getting this started with the E final of the men's 1500 meter. E final is going to fire off here, and in this race, we will see number 436 Samuel Habecker, 447 Gabriel Hasselback, and 438 Sean Lippa.
Go to the start. Ready.
And we are underway with our finals finally. And Sean Lippa out there early, taking an early commanding lead here in this final. It's Lippa, Habecker, Hasselback. 1, 2, 3, our skater from Buffalo, St. Louis, Buffalo. Lippa setting the early pace, wants to make this his race. It's Lippa and Habecker. Hasselback patrolling the back, waiting for his moment to pounce. Nice steady pace. Continue to knock off 10-5 laps. Really stable skating right now. Coming out of the corner, 8 laps to go. We'll see some pressure start to be applied as if Lippa wants to maintain that position in the front, he's going to have to start applying more pressure to keep the competitors at bay. Lippa, Habecker, Hasselback. Lippa doing the work here, saying this is my race. If you want to win this, you got to get by me. It's Lippa, Habecker, Hasselback. 1, 2, 3. In this long race, 5 laps to go though. Coming down to the end, it's Lippa and Habecker now on the inside. Habecker, Lippa, Hasselback. 1, 2, 3. This torturing race. Hasselback now into second place. It's Habecker, Hasselback, Lippa trying to set something up to move back into second place and has his eyes set on first. It's Habecker, Hasselback, and Lippa. 1, 2, 3. 2 laps to go. Pouring it all on the line now. It's Habecker and Hasselback. Hasselback slides up the inside to take over the lead. It's Hasselback, Habecker, and Lippa. Hasselback bided his time in the back of the pack. Now he's at the front. It's Hasselback, Habecker, and Lippa trying to make a move here on the final lap as they come through the line. It'll finish off Hasselback, Habecker, and Lippa. 1, 2, 3. All right, all smooth sailing over here as the D final is stepping onto the ice. In this race, we have number 407, Shubh Sharma, 484, George Wheelock, 440, Benjamin Sullivan, 420, Qian Yun Zong, 473, William Wang, 414, William Drosos Thompson, and 451, Edwin Sweeney.
Go to the start. Ready.
Sharma on to lead. There is no, this is all about what place you finish in. All about what place you finish. So this strategy of the controlled race early on, the chess game, is very relevant in a final where we see Sharma and Wang. Sharma, Wang, and Wheelock coming through. 12 laps to go in what looks like they're just public skating, but is really a strategic race as we see Qian Yang Zong explode out of the back, causing chaos in the field. Let's see how they respond as William Wang is hot on his heels trying to make a move. George Wheelock now patrolling the front. It's Wheelock at the front trying to pull him in, and just like that, the chess match gets very aggressive. Still Zong in the front, Wheelock in pursuit, Sullivan in pursuit, Sharma in pursuit. 7 laps to go. Now as a group starts coming back together, we'll see what happens next. Will we see a counterattack? Will they form up? Shubh Sharma down in the corner. We've got a compact group once again, but still Zong in the lead. Wheelock and Sullivan, third and fourth, followed by Thompson. Everyone's collecting their wits, catching their breath a little bit as we continue on, calculating, looking at their competitors, listening to their competitors, sizing them up, figuring out, do I have what it takes as we come through with 3 laps to go to make the move that's going to win it for us. And George Wheelock says, I have what it takes as George moves into the lead. Ben Sullivan, hot on his heels. It's Ben Sullivan and George Wheelock in front of him. It's Wheelock, Sullivan, Thompson. 1, 2, 3. 1 lap to go. Ben Sullivan slides up the inside and stretches the lead now with superior speed. It's Ben Sullivan as we cross the line for the win. And looks like Leo Thompson sneaks across the line just in front of Wheelock. Exciting races. We still have skaters on the track and our lap counters are working overtime. Absolute hardest job in the building is the lap counters. We absolutely love them as they do their work. I would say after announcing, lap counting is a close second. Actually, I'll revise my statement, but we're finishing up. Shubh Sharma getting an accurate count here with 2 laps, 1.5 laps to go now. Coming through, Shubh finishing strong, really important. Last lap, bell lap for Shubh Sharma. Coming through, really important to finish these races, get your points. The points all add up as he finishes strong after that tough fall earlier in the race. All right, C final inbound. And in this C final, we will see 3 skaters. Remember, we saw some penalties and some advancements in the semifinal round, which makes final rounds a little difficult, makes things a little bit harder. So we're only going to see 3 competitors here in this C final, but I guarantee this is going to be a good one because these were 3 of the hottest competitors, most aggressive competitors that we have in the semifinal round. And we are looking to have some fun and finish out the day in style. In this race, we've got 475 Calvin Yoon Hook Im, 409 Ian Chien, and 480 Wesley Jones. Our officials are visiting the instant replay booth. Al Johnson, Alec Refsheim, and the legendary Yang Yang reviewing the race. Lots of action in these races, and sometimes someone may have done something wrong. Never intentionally, but it happens from time to time, and we want to make sure we get everything sorted out just right. There's a lot at stake this weekend on lots of different levels, so we want to make sure we're fair, have fair races, get everyone home safe. Ladies and gentlemen, in that last race, that was a ton of fun to watch. We unfortunately had 2 penalties. The first penalty is on skater number 440, Benjamin Sullivan, for C4. in the corner arm push. We also had a penalty on number 473, William Wang, S6. End of the straightaway, illegal late pass. As we await the starter's whistle and have some ice maintenance going. For those of you wondering, those calls sound a little bit strange. If you're new to the sport, we have a very structured disqualification system to keep everything consistent, so we sound a little bit robotic as we say C4, S1. There's an ST4, F3, all kinds of different codes we've got over here that determine the different calls that are out there and different ways athletes can receive penalties. So bear with me, it sounds a little robotic, but it all makes sense. And with that, we call this race to the line.
Go to the start. Stand up, please. Skater position 2, just move it this way a bit. Go to the start. Ready.
All right, 3 skaters, nowhere to hide in this race. This chess match, 1500 meter race, so much strategy in the 1500 that goes in, especially in a final, especially when there's 3 people out there. You truly, truly have nowhere to hide as Calvin Yoonhook Im slowly strategizing, using his periphery vision, what's happening behind me, listening intently with his ears, listening for any bit of aggression behind him from the skates of Ian Chen and Wesley Jones. Staying relaxed but alert as he conserves his energy and listens intently at what's going on behind him. No rear view mirror in short track, so we got to use all our senses to keep alert of what's going on here. And Calvin is content to keep ticking off the laps here at the front, moving along at a leisurely 16.3 pace. That's my kind of pace these days out here on the short track. Starting to see a little bit more speed skating position here as we bring it from a 16.6 to a 16.1. 7 laps to go. 15.2. And things start to get more and more tense as the race goes on. This will come to an end. We will see the moves. With every lap that goes by, more and more pressure is applied as Calvin stays steady at the front, challenging them to make the move on him. He hears it behind him. He reacts. Wesley Jones, too powerful though, over the top. It's Jones, Im, and Chien. 1, 2, 3, coming out of the corner. 4 laps to go as Jones stretches his lead. Well-timed jump there he had. It's Jones, Im, and Chien. 1, 2, 3, 3 laps to go. Will Im be able to bring him in as we go? And Jones continues with his commanding lead. It's Jones, Im, and Chien. 1.5 laps to go. Jones is on cruise control now. 1 move is all it takes to blow this race to pieces. Well-timed mood, lurking in the back the whole race. Jones wanted to control it, said, we're going to move when I say so, and it paid off as he crosses the line first, followed by Calvin Yoonhook Im and Ian Chien.
put you out of business, you're elected.
Wait, it's shocking. It works. I was just talking about
Oh. Chuck, it's you.
All right, enough of the men's racing for now. Let's move on to the women's B final. In this B final event, we will see number 369 Samantha Scheffler, 303 Kyung-Young Jang, 358 Elizabeth Rodehummel, 349 Caroline Anderson, 338 Louisiana Stahl, 316 Zoe Lai, 360 Andrea Kyle, and 380 Selena Sue.
Six on the line. Go to the start. Ready.
Here we go, 8 on the line for this race. It is crowded on this short track. Let's see how this gets sorted out as Samantha Scheffler says, I want nothing to do with the back of this pack. There's way too many people here. Let's stay up at the front, and she is right to do so. Selena Sue and Elizabeth Rodehummel got the same thing in mind here. As we go, it's Samantha Scheffler in the lead with this leisurely yet very strategic pace. We hear something. We're getting restless. Right from the back to the front. Andrea Cow said, I can't even see who's up there. I'm going to move up there to get a better view. It's Cow and Scheffler, 1, 2 now. Selena Sue still patrolling the front. Caroline Anderson up there. Elizabeth Rodehummel. Kyung-Gun Jang. Scheffler back to the front. Scheffler and Sue. But this race is getting aggressive as Elizabeth Rodehummel, too wide through that corner for second place, slides back into fourth after that outside move. It's Scheffler, Sue. Rodehummel tries the inside now and gets it. It's Rodehummel, but Stahl now says, enough of this playing around. I'm coming in here. It's Scheffler, Sue, Stahl, Rodehummel. 5 laps to go. Make that 4.5. Selena Sue comes into the lead now. Sue and Stahl, Scheffler and Rodehummel. Lai staying in the back, conserving her energy show so far. She's been quiet. Let's keep an eye out for this athlete. 3 laps to go. Louisiana Stahl on the inside, taking over the lead. It's Stahl, Sue, Scheffler. Here comes Zoe Lai, making a nice move on the outside into third place. It's Louisiana Stahl, Selena Sue, Zoe Lai, Elizabeth Rodehummel. Bell lap, and Zoe Lai tries to move on the inside and misses it. Going off track, it's Louisiana Stahl and Selena Sue. Elizabeth Rodehummel. 1, 2, 3 unofficially. Very brave, courageous move by Zoe Lai. Just didn't have it there and was smart. Took the inside track instead of causing a collision. Great race. That's on the list for race of the day for sure. Great race from our women's B final. And those of you who are here in-house can see with your own eyes, when we get a great race like that, we're usually going to see our officials make a visit to the instant replay booth. Those of you watching live on YouTube, we are going to do a little bit of review as our officials take another look at that race to make sure they get everything correct, get another angle from the angle that they had originally. And the results are in, ladies and gentlemen. In the last race, we saw penalties by 2 skaters. First penalty is on 3-5-8. Elizabeth Roadhommel, S8. As I go to my sheet here, S8 means end of straightaway. Oh no, wait, that number was wrong. Sorry, that's 316. So 3-1. All right, here we go. We got it sorted out. 358 is going S8, end of straight, inside skater, failure to give way. We also had skater 358, or sorry, 380 for S1 in the straight lane change from outside to in, and skater 316 was a did not finish. All right, we're moving on. Before we can shoot that gun, let me call out who's in this race. We've got number 325, Grace Lee, 305, Michelle Yee, 327, Isabella Zetlowski, 336, Julie Latai, 391, Una Wilhoit, 314, Eunice Lee, and 347, Cameron Lute.
Go to the start. Ready.
Isabella Zaxiol out to the early lead. We saw this from her in the semifinal round. She doesn't like playing around. She likes to get the party started early. And we've got Julie Latai and Cameron Lute patrolling the front of this race early as well. This is an A final. People are not messing around in the back of the pack. This is the bottom of the funnel, the best of the best that we have on offer here today, and they are not playing games. Isabella back up to the front. Zaziolo, Lee, not for long. Just as I make an announcement, they start moving. Michelle Yee now to the front. It's Yee, Zaxiolo. Yee, Zaxiolo, Lute, Latai. Wilhoit now sliding into third place. It's Yi, Zatziol, Wilhoit, Lute, Latai, Lee, and Lee. 7 laps to go. Seem content with this positioning right now. Everyone seems happy with where they are. That won't last. As we come at 6 laps to go, something's got to give. These 7 skaters who are out here moving on the outside. Cameron Lute into the lead. It's Lute and Latai following closely. Lute, Latai, Lee. Latai's not settling there. Right to the front. It's Latai, Lee, Lute, Lee. 4 laps to go. Julie Latai says, I'm not playing. Get me to the front of this race and let's get this thing over with. 3 laps to go. It's Latai and Lee. Latai, Lee, Lee, 1, 2, 3. Cameron Lute in pursuit. Coming through the turn. Here's the bell lap. It's Latai, followed by Eunice and Grace Lee. Latai, Eunice, Grace, Julie, Eunice, Grace, Cameron. 1, 2, 3, 4 is how they will finish. Thank you so much, ladies. That was a great day of racing for you. Head home, get some rest. We'll see you all tomorrow. We're going to finish off the day with the men's 1,500 meter B final and A final. Stepping onto the ice right now, we are going to have a full house. 8 skaters in the B final. Starting this party off, we'll have 442 Caleb Park, 464 Alex Sklotovsky, 491 Julius Kazanecki, 427 Brandon Lau, 471 Aiden Liu, 431 Sung Min Kwan, 418 Sean Shui, and 416 Xavier Lawrence. Got the water on the track, looking good, and we're calling the skaters to the ice, to the start line.
Go to the start. Ready.
Here we go. 8 on the line. 464 Alex Sklotovsky right out to the front. He knows better than to get to the back of a race like this. It's Sklotovsky and Shui now. Sklotovsky, Shui, Kazanecki. This is the chess match that is short track speed skating. This is the sprinter strategy that we've got here. Sprinters rejoice at a pace like this, playing right into their hands. Shui now into the lead, Kazanecki in second. Kazanecki saying, I want the front. It's Kazanecki, Shui, Sklotovsky, 1, 2, 3. Starting to hear something moving around in the background as the field reacts to Xavier Lawrence coming on the outside into the lead. It's Lawrence, followed by Lau. Lawrence, Lau, Kazanecki, Sklotovsky crowded at the front as they come out of that corner too wide.
I often wondered that.
Aiden Liu, Xavier Lawrence, Brandon Lau, Alex Sklotovsky now taking over third place from Lau. It's Liu, Lawrence, Sklotovsky, Lau. Caleb Park slides into fourth place. Lots of jockeying for position, because when it comes down to making that critical move to win this race, you need to be starting from the right spot. Getting up towards the front is where you need to be. Our top three skaters are positioned extremely well. If you're further back than that, you're going to have to bring the power here to get to the front. And this is what we are seeing as Xavier Lawrence goes from second to first. Nice little move, easy to do when you're in second place. But here we go. Park from fourth to second. Now he's got his eyes set with 1 lap to go on that first place spot. It's Park and Lawrence. And here comes, and there goes Sean Shui, unfortunately, and we crossed the line. It's Park, Lawrence, and Kazanecki, 1, 2, 3. Very exciting finish to that race. We still have a skater on the track. We'll see as he gets up. Skater on the track still. Skater on the track still. Oh, did we blow the whistle? Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, in-house, watching live on YouTube, this is it. The men's 1,500 meter A final, the final race of the evening. We appreciate you joining us today for this incredible day of speed skating, short track at its finest. And we are going to wrap it up on a great note. In this race, we have 453 Wesley Park, 495 Daniel Yoon, 429 Jonathan So, 405 Brandon Kim, 458 Andrew Heo, 469 Marcus Howard, and 449 Justin Liu. Let's get this race started. 1,500 men's A final coming to the line.
Go to the start. Ready.
Justin Liu right to the front of this race. Not for long. Marcus Howard has also been playing races from the front all day today. This is going to be a great race here. 429, Jonathan So. Jonathan So to the front. Wesley Park, Han on his heels. Marcus Howard, Justin Liu. we are moving now. Brandon Kim moving on the outside, trying to move up, get comfortable in the front, animate the race, make others do the work to get around him. It's Brandon Kim, but not for long. Jonathan So takes it back. It's So, Kim, Park. So, Kim, Park, Lou. In 5:58, slides up the inside on him, Andrew Hio. Wesley Park, Jonathan So, Brandon Kim. 6 laps to go. We are bumping. We are wide on the front stretch here as everyone's trying to find their spot. We've got Jonathan So and Wesley Park. Jonathan So, Wesley Park, Daniel Yoon, Brandon Kim, Justin Liu. 4 laps to go. Jonathan still controlling this race, setting this pace up. It's So and Park. So, Park, Yoon. So, Park, Yoon, Howard. Takes a bump, hits the deck. 4:53 now into the lead. It's Wesley Park, Jonathan So, Daniel Yoon, Justin Liu. 1 lap to go as we come through this exhausting race. We're looking at Wesley Park, Jonathan So, Daniel Yoon. What's it going to be at the line? Wesley Park takes the win. Second and third is going to get sorted out by photo finish. That was a tight one from my angle. I got a feeling this isn't over yet. We're going to see our officials have a little bit of a chat as this race finishes up and everyone comes through. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we're in good shape here. That will conclude racing for today. And just as I say that, Chief Referee, our friend and yours, Al Johnson, heads over to the replay booth to take a quick look. Before that, let me let you know, we've got one more day of racing, Monday morning speed skating, Monday morning short track coming up. 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, races will resume for our final day of competition here at the Utah Olympic Oval. We are standing by, though, to see as the officials sort out that last race.